Who's holding my hand in the darkness? Seeing ghosts down the hallway. There's a presence, bedroom shadows, cloaked and haunting me. Cold hand touching me. Fear overwhelming me. Tapping at my window. I can't bear to open my eyes. A breath on my neck. Floating apparitions everywhere. Go to sleep with the light on. I wake up paralyzed. Ghostly apparition hovering over me, asking what it wants to know. I'm shaking now, it calls out my name. Cloaked and haunting me. Cold hand touching me. Fear overwhelming me. Tapping at my window. I can't bear to open my eyes. A breath on my neck. Floating apparitions everywhere. Go to sleep with the light on. I wake up paralyzed. Sweet, sweet Alice, step through the looking glass. Step through the looking glass. Whimsical but logical. Peculiar, strange. A white rabbit with a clock on a chain. He's late for a very important day. But I must follow, I must know where the white rabbit goes. Skeleton keys open everything. A wonderland key to change everything. Doors so small, wondering who could fit in there at all. A potion to drink, one sip it'll take. What a mistake. The wonderland cake, another mistake. Alice's tears begin a lake. Too big, the game is rigged. Peculiar, strange. A white rabbit with a clock on a chain. He's late for a very important day. But I must follow, I must know where the white rabbit goes. Friend or foe, the caterpillar, no smoke. Rings of wisdom, magic mushrooms in this kingdom size to control. Alice continues her stroll. Peculiar, strange. A white rabbit with a clock on a chain. He's late for a very important day. But I must follow, I must know where the white rabbit goes. Red-headed tea so bizarre. And everything is strange by far. Confusing and absurd. The conversation is a blur. Nonsensical riddles like playing a grasshopper as a fiddle. Why is the raven like a riding desk? I'm sure the answer is somewhere in the middle. a chain. He's late for a very important day. But I must follow, I must know where the white rabbit goes. Sarcastic is he definitely, the Cheshire cat grinning. Advice on direction with no goals of his own. Persistent grin, philosophical debates. He knew the white rabbit was always gonna be late. Peculiar, strange, a white rabbit with a clock on a chain. He's late for a very important day. But I must follow, I must know where the white rabbit goes. Queen of hearts with unfair trials, executions for everyone all the while. She does this all with a frown, not a smile. Angry is she with her unforgivable deeds. 7, 5, 2, what do you do when it's off with your head? You paint the roses red. Ooh, painted the roses red. They'll soon find themselves dead. Nose off with her head. Alice wakes up in her bed.
As I travel this life alone, two paths both unknown. For what already has this life shown? The first step I diverge from normalcy. No paper cut out life for me. I did it my way, not much more to say. Less traveled, dark and cold. I came upon a fork in the road. I pondered, both mind free. The fall had come, for yellow is the autumn tree. Both I long to travel, for I'm but one. I could not see, for both were bent, the overgrowth and canopy. Where will destiny lead me? The first step I diverge from normalcy. No paper cut out life for me. I did it my way, not much more to say. I began my journey on the road less traveled. Regret haunts me at times, looking back wondering where the other path myself would find. But both paths are traveled equally, for many take the zombie road to normalcy, and others seek individuality. From the wear on the trail it appears 50-50. With every footstep came pitfalls and risks, rewards and opportunities. Looking back, what did I really miss? The first step I diverged from normalcy. No paper cut out life for me. I did it my way, much more to say. There's no place for old men, a breed going extinct, as the youth coddles each other, and love appears to be in the air. Breeze singing and trees living, the time of generations dying. The sea is full, yet so many are falling. Born to die in neglect, with their unaging intellect. To ages to be forgotten, the world is promised to the young. I will travel to eternity where age cannot go. I shall transcend this life so bold. How age makes a man invisible. He wanders alone, tattered as his clothes. Forgotten soul finds song in his heart. Monuments of magnificent, the seas have taken me to Byzantium. To ages to be forgotten, the world is promised to the young. I will travel to eternity where age cannot go. I shall transcend this life so bold. Sages standing in holy fire, spiraling as the masters of my soul sing. Desire overwhelming, don't deny but consume my heart. I know not what it is, take me to eternity and unknown things. To ages to be forgotten, the world is promised to the young. I will.
All right, guys. Welcome to Paranormal Roundtable. I'm your host, Josh Turner. This is PRT. Join us in the real reality. This is the real reality here. Waiting for everybody to get in. Yeah, let me turn it down a little bit. A lot of things going on, folks. I got a lot of people needing prayer. Bad time for a lot of people. 23-7 Cardinals. Well, it's a bad time for the Cowboys, isn't it? 24-7. 2-5 Cardinals team. God, that's pathetic.
At least we got the Longhorns this year.
Well, yeah.
Hopefully.
It's been 3 very close games. They really whooped Vanderbilt bad, but the refs,
like always.
The refs helped Vandy get back into it. It never should have been as close. And then that 2-point conversion was absolute ridiculous. He wasn't even close, and they gave it to him. But such is the life of a Texas fan. I think the season is over for the Cowboys. That'll be a 3-5 record. Pretty much it. Gold went back down below 4,000 today. So Waiting for some people to get in the chat here, folks. Just patience. Anybody want to jump in and retell their encounters? Oh, let's see here. All right. Please hit the like button, guys. We got 200 people in the chat, and there's only 100 people who've hit the like button. So let's get that going. If you guys would be so kind. Yesterday's show was fun. We had a lot of fun. It was the Halloween leftovers, and we had a great show on Halloween. It was good. Everything's been good. Still getting, stupid people doing stupid things, but who cares? Evil is as evil does, right? That's what they do. What's up, Richard? Bad internet connection at Jones. What is the new place? You got a new place?
Yeah, we got basically got all booted out of the place I was in.
So you're renting a new place?
Yeah, I had to. It's one of those immediate necessity things.
Yeah. How long are you going to be at that new place?
Hopefully not too long.
Well,
hopefully not too long. I don't know what the hell is going on these days, to be honest with you.
We'll say hi, Anthony. It looks like you're blocked by the words.
Hi, Anthony. How you doing?
Oh, yeah. Am I? Okay. I need to fix the chat then.
Who do we got here? Modern Men Law. Oh, what's going on?
How's it going, man? How are you doing today?
I'm good.
You seem a little tired.
I am. I'm tired. Work has worn me the hell out, and so has all of the work for the show and everything else.
So you do this and then like a real job?
I have a real job. It's a real job.
I guess they're both real jobs, right?
Well, this one's kind of become a job. Today, I almost didn't come in. Tonight, I was like, I had a lot going on. I was like, man, I'm really tired. I got a bunch of stuff happening out at the ranch.
The
And I gotta
worst.
get things done. And I have a security company, so.
Oh, okay. So lots of cameras. How does that work? Like, what do you do?
What do I do for a living?
You said security company, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So how does that work?
Been doing it for going on 19 years. I mean, I've been doing security for years, and I ran a nightclub, and I started out as security there. But it's been 19 years with the business partner I got now, and my other partner is coming up on 10 years. So I have two partners, and one of them has his company, the other one has his company. And yeah, it's just it's a grind, dude. It's a real grind. And now we're doing a restructuring. And so it's just, we had this guy that one of my partners was going to sell to, and then it didn't work out because that person wanted something they couldn't have. And then a lot of our workers that worked for us were like, well, if that person takes over, we're going to leave. And then everything would have collapsed. So, and then that person's partner came to work for us now, and he's a supervisor. And so we're integrating, and we're trying to, and we brought because that company sort of collapsed. So we ended up bringing them on. And so the merger didn't happen. And so there's just a lot of moving parts, and I'm just trying to, navigate everything and figure out the best way to continue to go. that's pleasing for everybody. And in the meantime, our company continues to grow and grow and grow and grow. And so, like I guess like what 2 months ago we had 97 accounts, and now we have like 105.
Yeah.
So it just keeps growing, and the business is going. Then in the meantime, I have things going with the ranch, and then I have some real estate deals that I'm doing, and then I do this. And so, yeah.
Man, you make success sound like depressing when you do it with that tone. It sounds like you're doing great.
But that's people's idea of success. My idea of success is peace. And that's what,
Yeah.
It's like you fight and fight and fight to get peace, but then you're just constantly fighting for peace. It's just fighting.
Peace,
Sure.
peace, but there is no peace, Wolf.
I know. I figured that out.
Should be. Maybe one day.
It'd be nice, but people like to troll and do stupid things and mess with people that aren't doing anything to them.
What happened?
Oh, I don't want to get into it.
Okay.
I don't want to talk about it tonight. Dick knows what's going on. There's a bunch of stuff happening. Somebody did the right thing. Let's put it that way. I got kicked out of a group unfairly. I didn't even know I'd been kicked out. It's a very large group. And then I was apologized to and asked to come back. And then when I realized what had happened, I was like, no, I declined. But because the other people didn't get punished. But then when they did, one of the people that's been causing a lot of problems, I'm not going to say his name, but he turned and attacked that guy for doing the right thing. And I'm just like, that's what happens. Every time somebody does the right thing, they get messed with.
Dude, it so involves like online stuff?
Pretty much, yeah. But they're just empty can rattles the most. A small group of people can cause a lot of problems if you let them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think there's layers to it. And I hate because people have, identified me as a troll before for just, changing my background here to like a picture that was just a goofy photo. And so then they lump me in, oh, we can't ever take you seriously again. It's like, no, dude, there's layers of this shit. I believe there's like, because where does the line be drawn from like having fun, being able to laugh, and then people include it with like doxing? It's like not the same shit. Sorry, that's my little rant.
It's okay. I mean, like we try to just make the best of everything and have fun. I mean, like I don't know how much of the show you've seen, man, but like we're always like doing like skits and just like riffing off of one another, like it, because like a lot of this stuff, a lot of people's encounters, they're really traumatizing for people, not just for the people that have experienced them, but for the people who are listening and have had encounters with similar things. So like we try to bring some levity to it by like not just kind of having a little bit of fun, every now and then with it. So and people like it, it's just you got to mix in like some kind of lighthearted, like human element humor to these topics.
Yeah, man. I my only experience with it is very limited. This is obviously my second time here, but I mean, with the paranormal as well, I only had one thing you could call close to an experience. It wasn't life-shattering, but I'm putting myself into places that I believe you might find these things, where there's a lot of abandoned. It's not really houses though, like abandoned spaces around, but most people when they have encounters, it's always like in a home, right?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, it depends because we cover a lot of cryptids, and the community at large considers cryptids some sort of physical being. Technically, a cryptid, a cryptozoological animal, is a living, breathing animal that hasn't been discovered, but that term has been kind of turned into anything Bigfoot, Mothman, Chupacabra, whatever you want to call these creatures. And it sounds kind of goofy to the uninitiated, but
A little bit.
when you've seen one, like I did when I was 15, when you had something happen, and I assure you, I'm a sane person. I'm not prone to hallucination. I'm not a schizophrenic. I'm none of that. And, it happened to me. And so what ends up happening, people will mess with you. And I can kind of understand, like I have enough perception to perceive what others are perceiving. And I can see somebody, an uninitiated person who's never really had these kinds of things happen to them, looking from the outside in and going like, what is wrong with these people? They're crazy. But then when you have lived in a house that's full of weird, anomalous stuff that's happened, and different people from all walks of life lived there too over the 10 years we were there, because we rented out a room or two different rooms at different times. And a lot of weird stuff happened. A lot of weird stuff happened. And it happened to them. It happened to people that would show up that were pretty much like atheist, agnostic, Christian, Muslim. It didn't matter. And it didn't matter what their background was. And something would happen to them. And there would be things that would happen when I was gone. I was out of town or whatever. And I have to say, when I first lived in that house, I was getting reports from, because I was traveling a lot. I was gone a lot in the early days. And so, I was, gone to like Houston and Dallas, and I would come back to Austin and I'd get all these reports like, this weird thing happened. And I saw this ball of light. I saw something come out of the mirror. And I was skeptical because I'm like, okay, these are people that work in a nightclub predominantly. They're bartenders, barbacks, they're bouncers.
You're
They're
fucked up.
smoking.
Like a party.
They like to put, yeah. So I just kept thinking, okay, yeah, I had a couple weird dreams when I first moved in, but after the first couple months, I was like, I was hearing all of this, and I was only home on like Friday, Saturday, Sunday, sometimes Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, because of I had a second job, and I was a bodyguard. And so I was going out of town for these gigs, and it was like every 4 days, whatever. And so I'd come back and I'd work, and then I'd be gone again on Monday. And at work at the club was just go to work, come back, go to sleep. And then I got a job here in town, and so it was 4 nights a week at the club and 3 nights doing my job. So I was at work or asleep. I was tired. I didn't really spend a lot of time up, moving around, looking and seeing. Well, once I went to the club full time and I had 2 days off because I became management there, and I got paid a significantly larger amount of money, like five times more than I was making. Then I was like, okay, so I'll quit my other job and I'll just do this full time. So I had 5 days on, and I was literally only working about, I think it was 52 hours a week, which isn't that much considering, you had 2 days off. And, I'd go in, I'd do liquor order, things like that. And the club was weird. It had weird stuff happening. And the guy that I was working with during the afternoon, he had been over to my house one night when I wasn't there, talking to my brother. And he goes, dude, your house is haunted as hell. He's from Lebanon. And I was like, I keep hearing people say that, but I'm not really having anything happen. Well, that night after the club we closed early because it was raining. I remember the first time I really had something just smack me in the face. I go home and I'm sitting there, and I used to be a video game addict, dude. I mean, I was just playing PlayStation, having a good time. Wasn't smoking anything or drinking anything or doing anything. And I was just there by myself. And my brother had gone to this little after hours deal, whatever, at this place off of, I think it was called Cedar Street. There was like this bar or whatever. And our friend Caleb was working there. And so I was like, I'm tired. I'm going to go home, It was my second week doing the management thing. And I was like playing the game. And I see this thing like really quickly move out of the mirror. There was this mirror in the hallway, which always kind of creeped me out. And this was about, it was 4 months in to living there when it hit me. The weird dreams and everything else. It was really what these people were saying. I had already had 2 people going on 3 at that time had moved out, that had lived there, then moved out. And these weren't weak ass people. These were like bouncers, dude, like tough guys. One of them was a very tough dude that didn't believe in anything. And then something grabbed him. And I just come home, and he was packing up his stuff. And I was like, what's going on? He goes, man, I'm out of here, bro. He goes, something grabbed me in that room. I'm not joking, man. I hear scratching noises on the wall. And I was just like, well, really? You too? He's a pretty tough dude, man. He's from Michigan, He was like a power lifter. And I was like, dude, whatever, man. I didn't care. I was just like, whatever. There's a ton of people that want to rent a room, And I was stunned. Like, I saw something come out of that mirror. Holy crap, dude. And I like put the controller down because I thought it was like a person that because the light was off. And I thought, did somebody break in? Like, And my dogs were growling and acting weird, And so I got up and I went and I looked in the hallway, and I went to my bedroom, which was at the end of the hallway. I didn't see anything. I looked in the other rooms, didn't see anything. Nobody was home but me. And then the next day, I remember I was sitting at my desk. There's like a little den area or whatever. And I was sitting there, and I was like, at my desk. I liked that place. It was actually nice and cool in the fall and the spring. It was really nice. It never got too hot, never was too cold. It's kind of cozy. And so I was there, and I just heard like it sounded like people, the first time I really noticed it, like really started paying attention. And I heard people like arguing, like in the back room, which would have been my bedroom. And I heard like you could hear like, and then you hear, like one of them was getting louder. And then you would hear like a woman like overriding the man's voice.
Mhm.
And I'm sitting there and I'm like, what the heck is that, dude? So I freak out. I go back there and my dog's behind me, and he's a trained dog. I used to be a dog handler. It was a job I had before that. And he was like, he slinked away out of the hallway, and he was standing in the hallway looking down at me, Ivan, my dog Ivan. And he was a big old English Mastiff. And I'm like, come on, and he wouldn't come back there. And then I ordered him to do it. So he did reluctantly. He kind of walks in the room. He looks straight toward the closet and just starts growling. And then he gets down and starts barking. There's nothing there, but obviously there was something there because he was going crazy. And so I had this roommate that had come after the other guy had moved out, and his name was Willie. And he was a big black dude from Louisiana. We were friends at the club, man. Real good friends. And he was like, first 2 days he was there, he said, he just comes up to me. Willie was real blunt.
Mm-hmm.
Willie's like, your house is haunted, bro. He's like straight up told me
He wouldn't stay there alone.
Yeah, he wouldn't stay there alone. And, and so he came and went about 3 or 4 times. He would move out with this girl he was with, and then they'd get into a fight, and then he'd come back. And then I had this other guy, Jerome, did the same thing. And then there were these other 2 guys that stayed there for a while, and they couch surfed, and both of them swore up and down that something was standing over them. The interesting thing about it was a lot of times all these different people would see the same entities. There were the same like 4 or 5 things, but there was something really demonic there too, because there were people that would tell me, like, you don't just have a ghost here, you have something else,
Mm-hmm.
And I dated this girl that claimed to be psychic, and I literally woke up, the summer of 97, I remember, and she was like having convulsions, and I was like, dude, she's having a damn seizure. What is going on with this person? And she wasn't like a girlfriend. It was just somebody I dated. And she was very sensitive, and her sister told us at the club that she got an attachment from being there, and that it was messing with her, and that there were multiple entities there. And she was like telling her sister to tell us that we needed to get out of there. But the rent was dirt cheap, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, at that time, the going rate for a place like that was about $800-900. We were paying $575. I mean, you can't beat that. I was like, dude, that's cheap, bro. I was like, I don't know, man. And that was gone a lot. But the more time I got to spend there, the more that it became an issue. Like I dealt with it more and more and more until I just was like, look, you see enough, you do enough, you deal with enough. You're like, look, this is what it is.
Do you think they could be the same things that we perceive in our health and in the struggles we go through with our lives, like a similar sort of entity? We talked about that last time about the demonic elements of sickness.
Yeah, I mean, I think that different entities can do different things, and we have like a lot of, there's a lot of different people have a lot of different theories about what it could be, what causes these things. Here at PRT, like we cover everything: alien abduction, ghosts, Bigfoot, Dogman. You name it. We cover hauntings, alternate realities, past lives, whatever. Anybody's welcome to come on and tell.
I like past lives. That's my wheelhouse. I don't think I have one that I know about, but I love talking about that kind of stuff.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, the thought makes a lot of sense, but I mean, it doesn't go with like Christianity, though.
Well, it depends. Depends on what you see. The Gnostics believed in it.
Yeah, I mean, like conventional, like religious institution Christianity. It's not really compatible with it. But I don't know. I mean, there's an argument to be made that reincarnation is a real thing. But maybe it's just like a little bit different than what like some of the Eastern religions perceive it to be. I believe that it's real. I don't necessarily believe that it's just the default thing that immediately happens whenever we die. I don't really know what happens immediately after we die, but I think a number of things can happen. Reincarnation simply being one of them. You know, whereas like a Hindu or a Buddhist might tell you that that's just what happens, and you keep doing it over and over until you reach enlightenment and ultimately nirvana.
Enlightenment also, though, is different for different people.
Yeah.
For the early Gnostics, enlightenment was discovering that this world was created by the demiurge, and they believed that Jesus was sent by the true God, the one true God, to pull us out of this illusion, and that we were actually dealing with Satan, and that he had created a counterfeit world. This was like a pocket reality. We talk about pocket realities. One of the things I think about too, though, the Buddhists and different types of Buddhists, Taoists, Shinto, it depends. Different splinters of each of those. They seem to think that it is something that you don't want to do. You don't want to stay on the wheel of Dharma. According to the Gnostics, it was the same thing. This God here wants you to stay on the wheel of Dharma to be kind of like a human battery. But the wheel of Dharma is not necessarily a bad thing. It's just a system that's in place. But getting off of it should be your main goal. And a lot of Buddhists, though, and Hindus will say, well, you're just trying to strive for a better life because it's damn near impossible to transcend. But during the time of the Kali Yuga, which is the last age, which is where we're in right now, it's easier to transcend, because if you can see through the illusion, which is so thick right now, you're on your road to transcendence. And Jesus is the way to pull you out of that. Now, that makes a lot of sense. And, over the years, through Marconiism, the Cathars, many different incarnations of these Christians who have tried to revive the Gnostic belief and tell you, hey, this is what is happening. People have gone after them and killed them. Now, a lot of people will point out that the Masons are Gnostic, but their Gnosticism is wholly different. It's a different type of Gnosticism, just like there's different types of Buddhism. And so when you read about all of these different types of systems and realities, take a good look at each one and try to figure out what they're trying to get you to do, what they're trying to ask of you, and how much truth there is. And don't always, it's not a one-size-fits-all thing, but don't fall into, it's kind of a balance, don't fall into the whole, what am I trying to say here, where people will go out and find a religion that suits how they are rather than conforming to a religion. But the conforming to a rigidity that is not actually the true reality, that's another thing. That's another problem. So looking at all of the teachings of Christ would be the way, because I believe he's the way out. He pulls you out. And that's how you're going to transcend. And then when you leave this reality, you're like, oh crap, I wasn't even in the real reality.
Yeah.
I feel like I've left this reality and gone to the real reality multiple times. And when I return, I can't really explain it to people unless they've been there. There are colors and things that are there that don't exist here. And when you try to tell them, they're like, well, did you see this indigo type color? And I've had a conversation with someone who's seen the same thing. And we're not even able to communicate with each other what it is, because there's no words for these things.
Yeah.
The colors don't exist.
Three-dimensional mind can't explain it.
You will not see the same colors.
Just really quick, guys, I wanted to say good evening.
Yeah, Buddha, what's going on, man? Sorry about that.
No, I'm sorry. I met you on Spiritual and Cryptid Encounters. Remember that?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Pleasure to meet you guys.
So what you got going on tonight?
Oh, man. Well, my day off. So I'm happy about that.
Yeah, it's always good to have a day off.
I'm actually off tomorrow, too, so I got a doctor's appointment.
Heck yeah, that's the best, when you have the day off and then the next day off. And then because that first day you can kind of just relax and goof off.
Yeah, I got to hammer out 2 doctor's appointments. Got CT scan and all that bullshit.
Well,
for what? Is it bad?
No, it's a colonoscopy. So they want to check my abdomen just to make sure everything's good to go before they go with a colonoscopy.
Are you just doing like a routine, or do you have like issues?
It's a routine. I'm 50 years old, so I'm now. It's about that time to do that colonoscopy.
Yeah,
I just had mine done a couple months ago.
I
You
I've
work
had
50
one
well. I wouldn't have
pretty
guessed
young.
I hope I'm okay. I hope they don't find like treasure down there.
that.
They'll find something, man. They just won't tell you what they found. They'll sell it on the internet,
Oh yeah, they do. Yeah, that'll cost you $59.99.
like the placenta.
Yeah.
So modern man, how old are you?
28. Yeah, 28 still. Yeah, I'm pretty damn young to have done it, but it was because of chronic digestive issues, which they didn't find anything. But it can be a mystery,
How old did you say you were? Sorry.
28.
28?
I just look rough. I put in the
you're
picture to AI, and it was like man in his late 30s / early 40s. I was like, damn.
You're fine.
Modern man is 40, right?
I was like, shit, dude, I was just throwing the towel now.
Eat
Other things you can
sauerkraut.
do though to turn that around, you'd be surprised. What was that?
Yeah, I'd love to know.
Yeah, to eat sauerkraut. You should eat a whole whack of sauerkraut for the next 3 months and see how you feel after that.
Okay,
I've been
sometimes
doing-
Richard, I think you just throw things out there and see what people will do.
Well,
Is
he's just
that-
talking about probiotics.
sauerkraut
Some
is
people do sauerkraut, Greek yogurt, kimchi, probiotic
Yeah.
supplements. I mean,
Don't talk bad about sauerkraut. I love sauerkraut.
I
Yeah,
like
eat all
sauerkraut.
Sauerkraut
eat all
is actually
three.
very healthy, but sometimes Richard, are you talking about you looking younger or for his gut health?
you're talking
For
about
his
good
gut
health.
health. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, my bad. Then
Well,
Richard,
yeah.
maybe they go hand in hand, but yeah, I mean,
What's the story behind
do.
that? Sauerkraut for the gut?
it's just
Probiotic.
probiotics. Yeah, it's like fermented.
Oh.
Yeah. Why do you think Germans are so smart and we're so huge and so and good at literally everything they do? It's the fermented
Okay.
food that they eat.
Except my
Damn.
humor.
Hey, you
It's-
got a
let,
point
let-
there,
let me,
man.
let me
Don't
tell
put
you
that guy
guys
in a room with the
something.
Jew.
Dude, gosh. Let me tell you something, though. The Germans and the Japanese, especially at the height of the war, their IQ, there was a Finnish study that was done on these Germans and Japanese. The Koreans did one, too, because they really thought that they were going to be the smarter. But after the war, they were like, what's wrong with these people? They're making war. We got to figure out what's... Their IQ, on average, was 8 points higher than the rest of Europe, the Germans.
Absolutely.
And then the Japanese was 11 points higher than the other
No doubt.
Asian. So you had the two smartest races of people. And look who their allies were. When you look at Spain, who was undeclared, but they were
Yeah.
whatever.
I
They
would not
are-
be surprised if it's because of their nutrition. What
well,
they
dude, I'm
eat.
telling you, the Spanish and the Italians are both Latin people. And of course, Hitler and Hirohito both heaped lots of praise on the Latins for being the hardiest and the strongest people on earth. And
They are.
they really are. Spanish or
Yeah.
Spaniard and
Yeah.
Italian people are very strong. And in fact, they have very strong backs. That's why they make such good boxers. Look at Rocky Marciano moving all the way
Oh,
to,
dude,
you
that
know,
guy.
Italians,
Julio
when they
Cesar
get older,
Chavez. They're very good
Their
fighters.
muscle, their muscle mass. The Italians, their muscle, and it's Sicilian.
Dense. Very
They're
dense.
just
When I-
strong.
When I worked
Like,
with
you
some of these
do not
people,
wanna fuck with a 70-year-old Italian.
Yeah.
they can party like no one else too.
Yeah,
They don't even need to sleep.
They don't get hangovers like other people.
They don't, dude. They party till 2, wake up at 6, go to work, ready to roll.
Yeah, one of my best friends is a straight up Italian from New York, and he's just a, you know. And then look at Nick Valenti in this community.
Yeah.
He was at our conference, dude. He is an older
He's
guy.
still built, dude.
He is strong. I remember him working out in his garage. I was talking to him one day on the
Yeah.
phone, and his dad, who was almost 90, was out there lifting with him too.
Mhm.
Straight up Italians, man. I'm telling you, the Guido's got something. And there is something to that, you know, and the Spaniards too. They are very strong people. But look, that was Rome's first conquest, was the Iberian Peninsula.
Yeah.
And there was a breeding
people-
program that they interbred with the Iberian Celts, with the Romans, you know.
Some people try to contribute that to, and I disagree with it, but they try to contribute that the Moors went to Sicily and they
No, I think the Moors did their part, though. I think they gave
There's
them a
contributed like some genetic.
genetically. Here's
Yeah,
what I think about
yeah.
that, Buddha, and you can tell me what you think. Clint, how you welcome to the show, Dick, and of course, modern man, you're welcome to give your 2 cents.
Man.
But he'll call you man. You know, but here's what happened. When the Spaniards were on the road to conquest, they were in some very hot, humid, and mosquito-infested places. But do you realize that there was a gene that was passed on from the Moors to the Spaniards, particularly in the South? And the ones in the South were called Spaniard, where this rocky, land was not as cultivatable, wasn't as good.
Yeah, they were the Vandals.
Yeah, and so what ended up happening, and of course, Martel, Charles Martel, the Hammer. That's what they called him. See, he's the Hammer, not me. But he's the one that gave them the name Spaniard. He called them his Spanish bastards. The word bastard is actually a French word, and it means, fatherless, whatever. But they were the have-nots, and they were not the Barcelonians or the Castilians, the Madridians. They were the have-nots, and so they're the ones predominantly that went and settled into the New World and conquered it. And get this, most Europeans had a big problem when they went south, of the equator. They didn't do well because the mosquitoes. There were a lot of places called the Mosquito Coast. There's like several places that they named that, the Mosquito Coast. And so what ends up happening? The Spaniards go there and they do well. They thrive. And if it wasn't for that infusion of Arabic and Moorish blood, two different things,
Do you guys remember? Sorry,
they wouldn't have thrived like that. They wouldn't have been able to stand in those swampy, nasty places and conquer the Incans, the Aztecs, and the Mayans.
What time
And
was
I
that?
believe that. They're very powerful, hardy people. Yeah.
What year was that? Like the
Until you,
that like in the 3 BC, 300?
No, and they had conquered it and laid down on it, I think, from like 700 and something. You can look it up.
Way back.
Sure.
Okay.
That was way back.
So that's long before the I can't even say that word. Carthage.
Yeah, they drove them out in I think the 1300s, 1200s, 1300s. It was a long conquest, but it was years of fighting. There was a battle at Poitiers that was the decisive blow, and after that they rolled them up, and it was through the help of the French. Charles.
The Romans defeated the Carthage and pretty much.
Oh, that was way back though. That you're talking about 200-300 BC, and then maybe
Now those guys.
No, it would have been 190 BC, something like that.
They were more like diverse, black and
They were-
white.
Yeah, they invaded in around like 700 AD.
700 AD was the first. Yeah, I was right.
Yeah.
So what happens though, if you look at it step by step by step, I recommend everybody read books about the history of each of these countries, because you can see, like I've read a book about the history of Scotland, history of England, history. They're all different, but they intersect, they intertwine. And when you go back to the Romans, like people think, well, that's where it started. Hell no, it goes way back before that. And it goes back before the Greeks, goes back before the Persians. The Persians were actually Johnny come lately in the Mesopotamian region. A lot of people don't realize that it goes back to Samaria and beyond. And of course we don't have we have Plato talking about Atlanteans and the Ubermen, what they were, who they were, and then how their great superpowered civilization fell into the ocean, because it shows that nobody is invincible. The descendants or the remnants of those civilizations, I believe a lot of it was Cretan.
Do you remember the Egyptians kept talking? Maybe not the Egyptians. I want to say, maybe it was the Egyptians that talked about the sea people.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think they were? If nobody knows where they're from, it's still a mystery to this day. Mm-hmm. I thought about it for a long time. Could they be from Ireland? Because they would go into battle. Some of them went butt naked into battle. Yeah, much like these guys are like hardcore, berserker-like dudes.
That's a theory that's been posited before. Yeah, but he's right though. You're right though, Buddha, because they were a people that came from the sea, and a lot of the descriptions of them were extremely tall with red hair. Now we hear this theme played out over and over again.
The sea people are a Nephilim tribe. They were the Hittites. I don't care what anybody says.
Well, the Hittites weren't necessarily a Nephilim tribe either, though, because we had remnants of the Hittite. Okay, according to what? The Old Testament that was copied and pasted from the Sumerians? Is that what you're talking about?
Absolutely.
Do you guys agree that we don't know where they came from? We can start right there.
I believe that they.
What about them being Phoenicians?
I don't. Here's my problem with them being the Hittites, Dick, and tell me if you think I'm wrong. You've already said you don't care what anybody says, but I'd like to say what I think.
Oh, I care what you say.
Well, why do you think they would need to come from the ocean when there was a land they could walk there?
Because the tribes of Joshua had driven them out and onto ships.
Yet this was
no,
because this would have been long. This was during the time of Ramses III, I believe.
But I believe I also believe that our timelines have been heavily perverted.
Yeah, I do too.
Yeah.
So if we were to look at the Egyptian forces repelled them over and over again, but it was during the would be the second dynasty, I believe.
Yeah, this you said it. Ramses II.
That would have been Ramses III.
Yeah, he was having at it with these guys.
Mm-hmm. So
they actually went down the what's the main river? The
Nile.
The Nile River, and they got compromised. They tried to go in quietly, but Ramses II defeated these guys.
Here, so let's do this, guys. I bet you between the people on this panel, I bet you we could put our heads together and come up with a plausible theory for the audience. Now, Okami. Now we got the smart. I always brag on the paratroopers. Say we got the smartest audience here. Okay, so Richard raises his hand. Go ahead. What do you think?
Julius Caesar killed them all because they were horrible demon worshipping pagans. The Romans weren't much better, but they were a whole nother breed of demon worshipping pagans. And if you read Julius Caesar for yourself, he talks about destroying the Druids.
So Julius Caesar was around 60 BC. These guys, the sea people, were around little before what's the Macedonian guy that
Alexander
the Great.
Thank you. That's like 300 BC.
Yeah, 300 BC
plus BC.
334 BC.
You got to go further back.
If you believe the timelines, which I do not, but I'm not going to argue the timelines.
Well, it goes back according to conventional timelines. Okay, we're not talking Guy Anderson, the Tartarian flood here.
I am.
We're talking. Yeah, you are, because everything is black pill, right? Okay, so let's not do red pill, blue pill, yellow pill, white pill. I'm alphabetical.
All right, I'll play along.
You play along. Okay, let's go by conventional timeline here. Okay, 11. Okay. Yeah, look this up, man, because I don't want to get it wrong. It's between 11 and 1200 BC. I think it was in the late 1100s.
Yeah, around that area. Yes.
It might have been toward the end of the 1200s, because that would have been the end of that particular dynasty.
2000. Yeah. 3,000. So 3,000. Let's just say 3,500.
Yeah. No, I think it was around 1200.
Yeah, sea people invasion occurred around 1200 to 1175 BC.
There it is. Okay. All right. So that's so the sea people is a very interesting thing. And there have been so many different theories that have been posited about this. When you look at who they were, who they might have been, whatever, I mean, it goes back to, okay, so this would have been way before Alexander. You're talking several hundred years, but there was a library already built in Alexandria, which was not called Alexandria at that time. So if you look at the library of, I think it was founded by Pharaoh, is it Mimetap? Look up. Yeah, it's called, his name is like Mimit. I don't want to say it wrong.
I know who you mean. I know who you mean.
Something like that. It starts with an M. It's weird. It's like his. I'm trying to remember from memory.
MEMT something.
Yeah, something like that. He created this library, and he's the one that did it. It was after 1200, right? And he was basically
Menuhotep.
Is it Menuhotep?
Mentuhotep.
That sounds about right.
Menuhotep.
Let's just go with that.
Yeah.
I know that the people are responsible for wiping out the Bronze Age, because what's that island right smack dab in the middle between Egypt and fucking
Sinai?
The island
Sinai
right smack
Peninsula.
dab in the middle. But what's the island? The
Cyprus?
Cyprus, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you got Rhodes in Cyprus.
That's where all the minerals came from, and they were just distributing that shit all over the place, and that's what brought the Bronze Age. But the sea people came and wiped them out and just effed everything up.
So
Also,
I'm thinking.
I was going to say, if you look at the pictures of the sea peoples that were drawn, they're exactly the same as what the pictures of the Hittites were carved, like in the stone carvings. They look, they're almost, well, they are identical. So that's where a lot of people hypothesize, get some of the hypothesis as well. But they, I don't know. I believe in a completely different history. I didn't mean to be like arguing with you there, Buddha. It's just I believe.
Oh no, you're fine, brother. You're fine, bro.
Is complete horse hockey. But like I said, I've taken the black pill and I'll play along.
I was just thinking about like I was trying to think about like, to understand the sea people, understand who they are as who they were, and in history, it's documented in Egypt scripture that these guys, some of them, went into battle against the Egyptians naked. Now, who would do that? What kind of people would do that? Now, Macedonians wouldn't do that. I don't know what they were. The French, the area where France is at today.
Some of the hoplites
day. So that's what I was thinking. Like maybe they came from like much further away.
Some of the Greek hoplites are shown fighting balls out.
I would.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With their micropenis.
Here's the interesting thing, because geographically things change. Now, why would Alexander found a city there when the spot that was there before was a place called Rakotis or something like that. I think it's Rakotis. And it was nothing but like a small fishing community. And that it wasn't sustained, or it wasn't sustainable. So the library was in Memphis. So under Ramses III, he had founded the library, and then I think it was Memhotep or Memhotep, whatever, Memhotep, which was, he founded Memphis, or his father did. And then it was like this, long line of pharaohs. Then the sea people showed up out of nowhere. But there were 3 different incursions, if I remember. The first being, that one, they were repelled. And it says that they faded back into the sea. Now, it doesn't ever say that they fought any naval battles with these people.
No naval battles.
It was so weird.
You would think they would encounter them in the sea.
In the sea, if they were from the sea, they were called the sea people. So the Hittites, to me, would have just walked across the Sinai. They would not have had to go across the water to enter from the north. That spot there in Alexandria, Rakotis, was not even fought over or anything. Nothing. There's nothing there. There's no kinds of any kind of like, there was a settlement other than a fishing settlement. So the question was posed, why would Alexander go, I'm going to take this glorified muddy fishing dump and turn it into a beautiful because the delta had flooded. And in the time that Alexander was there, it was just the water was just flowing. So the actual original village was underwater. And so you had this sort of land that was triangulated. And so it was a perfect spot for a port, because that middle piece that would have been there, that would have made up the bulk of what Rakotis was gone. And so Alexander founded the Library of Alexandria down at the mouth of it, and it became a port city for
even after he passed away, Alexandria.
It flourished. In fact, it became the capital.
Flourished. It was beautiful. I want to say it was Julius Caesar that said this potentially can be the capital of Rome, the new capital.
It was definitely the capital in the east. I mean, in the west.
But I just find it ironic that the sea people did not go after Macedonia, but they did go after.
Well, they didn't go after Macedonia because Macedonia was landlocked at that time.
Yeah, but they did go after what's that? Middle Asia.
Asia Minor.
Asia Minor. Thank you.
Yeah, Autumn. That's where the
Ottoman.
They did go after that.
Tyre would have been in modern day southern Lebanon, northern Israel.
Yeah,
but they had such huge navies. Yeah, the Cypriots, they had such huge navies that you, if they were around at the same time, I don't know the timelines. My opinion of the timelines is different. But if it was at that time, those navies were unconquerable at the time. Alexander had to take their cities because he couldn't defeat their navies.
And when what he did was amazing, because he dug out underneath Tyre, and it was incredible, what he did. And when you stop and you look at this whole historical, I can tell you the beginning to the end, the whole thing. I mean, it's really amazing. Now, I know you say you don't believe in the timelines, and the timelines could be different, but I do believe in the order. Now, I don't necessarily believe that the dates are correct, because I think the dates go way back further and further than we could possibly imagine, and they try to compress everything and just pretend like many, many years didn't exist. I do believe that. One of the things I think, though, was when he moved the library from Memphis to Alexandria, there was a reason for that. Like I said, it was more accessible to the Mediterranean than it would have been in Memphis. And I think that was the key. And when he had the power to do that, why not do it? I mean, do you realize, though, here's the key. Here's why it's important to us in the West, because a lot of what we believe of as history of the ancient world revolves around Israel and it being a nation and whatever. Well, if you stop and you look at these scrolls that were in the Library of Alexandria, because there were, every religion was invited to participate and put their religion onto paper, onto papyrus, is what they wrote. There were thousands and thousands, and Cato tells us that there was that the scribes there in Alexandria worked tirelessly day and night, that the knowledge never stopped flowing, and that or maybe it was Cicero, but he said that there was, when he visited there, he was a Roman senator. He said, "Look, their scrolls are innumerable, and they're of every religion and race of man on earth that has ever existed, to our knowledge." So when it was burned and destroyed, I think that it was opportunistic, and I believe this. I really do. I think Watchers, the remnants, Archons, Anunnaki, whatever you want to call them, I believe they burned the knowledge of man. I don't think it had anything to do with the war. That there was a civil war that happened between Cleopatra.
Yeah, we lost a lot of good information.
We lost all the information there. And I don't think it had anything to do with the Romans or the Egyptians. I think it was an opportunistic. I think it was the Illuminati, and it was pre-Roman.
I think it was Herod the Great, the one who built the second temple for the Jerusalem. Who constructed and beautified Alexandria, the city of.
Well, I don't know about that. I never heard anything about Herod and Alexandria, but I do know that the Illuminati was it was two organizations in one, and it was basically what became the Persian. It was the marrying of the Persian intelligence, basically their version of the CIA, and the Romans. And they have a flag that looks very similar. They have names that look very similar. And when you stop and you look at this, you're going like, they share the same. I mean, if you were to stop and really look at it and think about it, you stop and you go, okay, we've been warned over and over again. In particular by two organizations, the Khazaric peoples, who masquerade as the people of God, not of Christ. They're anti-Christal. And then you look at the papacy, the Vatican. Those two organizations hoard all of the knowledge. But there was a fracturing, there was a split during the time of the Templars, because the Illuminati and the Templars were not only contemporaries, the Illuminati were way older, way more ancient, but the Templars came into that region with a lot of gold and a lot of power and a lot of everything. They had the backing of the Spanish emperor. He was not a king. He was the emperor. And then you had the backing of the French king and queen. You had the backing of England. So you had basically the three most powerful nations on earth backing you. Of course, the Vatican was just a power in name only. So everything was subterfuge and sabotage, poison, because they couldn't fight straight up. France kicked their ass up and down. The Italians got their ass handed to them bad. And so when you looked at what happened during the reign of the Borgias, oh my gosh, that was a message, clear message to everyone that France was the premier power. Louis the 14th, the Sun King, or Louis the 16th, and you see what he did to them. Like he beat the holy shit out of the Holy Roman Empire.
Oh, absolutely. When France,
I mean, he kept them from uniting too, and then he took that Illuminati apparatus. And he used it. He smoked them out. And then, of course, he killed the Templars. I mean, if you look at the Friday the 13th, the massacre, he not only turned the Illuminati into his own personal bitches, basically. I mean, he was tough. He was really tough. And so it is an amazing thing when you look at how England managed to fight 100 years war. The only reason they survived 100 years fighting against the French, who were overwhelmingly powerful, on land and on paper, they just looked like an overwhelming dominating power. And they were, because they had the Spanish Empire to their south that could never fully conquer them. And he tried. And, you know, it was when you look at this war, this 100 Years' War, that was where England made themselves become the power. And how did they do it? Because of the English Channel. Nobody could conquer them because of the English Channel. The English Channel helped them win World War I, World War II. It helped them win that war and kept them from being overrun, because their country was a pissant country that would have been just completely snuffed out by the Germanic powers or the Franco powers. Because
that was the last remnants of the Crusades that they survived.
Yeah, and when you see what they did in the Middle East, like that was the Templars returning with every gold and all the knowledge and everything. Then they were taken to the racks, tortured, and everything was sucked out of them. Look it up. Look up the exact date. I know it's Friday the 13th, the end of the Templar reign, and you'll see it. I got a guy that was on here. He was on the show.
It's controversial. If that's, you have to. Are you talking about like when the Pope pretty much gave the order to wipe them out,
and the king?
Or are you talking about like the last remnants, like the guys that are not there anymore, like
of France, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it was King Philip. Yeah, King Philip, and it all comes from the bloodline. And then look up French Revolution, the Sun King Louis. Look him up.
Second.
That was in the reign of Napoleon in the 1700s.
Napoleon,
Louis the 14th. So he had by the time of Louis the 14th, there was all this power and everything that had been consolidated. All the knowledge of the Templars was already dispersed. It was bought back by the Vatican in an agreement, I believe, in the 1400s to return the knowledge to the Vatican, and it was only by way of the Persian Illuminati. Because there was an assassination after assassination after assassination. Like, how is this happening? How did all these revolutions take hold? And I do believe that Napoleon was a part of that. That's my opinion. That's my belief, because I think that who is this guy that comes out of Corsica? He's nobody. I mean, he's absolute nobody. And then he's put up on a pedestal.
Can you imagine how much documentation, ancient documentation, was lost when the Vatican was sacked in such a way
time?
That,
I mean, it was sacked multiple.
So I'm not going to get the date right, but when it was sacked, they were using
Jeremy Holloway's absolutely correct.
They were using the papyri as bread to fold it into bread to protect bread, to keep it good to go so you can eat it another day.
Mm-hmm.
All that fucking papyri was used. So the Vatican in my opinion, the Vatican does not have all the old school documentation. At some point,
they have a lot of it, and I'll tell you why. They have money. That's all that matters, because they could be damn broke, and money pours into those coffers, and they rebuy all of the knowledge. Because if you have the money, you can pretty much do whatever. You can dig, you can find, you can do whatever it takes. Gold is the currency, time and gold. Those are the two things, and the Vatican has lots of it. I do believe that when we are told, about who we are supposed to watch out for, and then Day says that the Vatican was sacked. Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, they paid their way out many times. The French sacked them.
Napoleon did.
Yeah, Napoleon did, and not just him. It was before that.
Even before that, long before that, go way more.
It was multiple times at the Vatican, and when you stop and you look, though, I mean, most of the time they were able to buy their way out and ransom their way out, and so it didn't. But it didn't. I don't know how you say it. Like, it didn't stop them. Let's put it that way. And then, of course, there's always these compromises. So John Sablon says it was King Philip IV that killed the Templars with the blessings of the Holy Roman Catholic Church. Yes, because he told them, I will, the Pope led Europe at that time as almost like a pseudo.
Was it King Philip? Okay, so King Philip was when they convinced the Pope to wipe them out, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the last Templars, yeah, they ended up in UK. In England, those are the last dudes, the remnants, the last guys.
And so my point is this, and what it has to do with what we talk about on the show is that the Illuminati was made up of two different cultures, one Iranian, Persian, and if people don't really understand, what they don't realize, okay, that Alexander, who was the First Reich, okay, they actually became Persian. Who do you think inherited most of his kingdom? When he died, he said the strongest, right? And then he went into. Here's a weird thing, and people don't realize this, but it's called, I don't want to mispronounce it. It's called like Guillain-Barré disease. That's maybe how he possibly might have died. Another thing, which is a horrible way to die because your brain is still functioning, but you're paralyzed. Another way he might have died was through malaria. A lot of people think it was malaria. I think it was. I think he did die paralyzed because I think that his soldier said that his eyes moved, and that made him like some sort of divinity.
It wasn't the plague.
No, the plague would have been long after that. So here's what we got here. We have all these weird things that happen, but I think that the early form of the Illuminati from Persia actually poisoned him, and I think it was a conspiracy between his high-ranking Macedonian veterans and the Persians who had come together. They didn't want to be together any more than they had to be. So they divided it up, and his illegitimate brother Ptolemy, here's where it all gets interesting, becomes the Lord and Emperor of the Kingdom of the Sun, which is Egypt, right? Very interesting, right? This is Egypt, and he takes over Egypt, and then every great conqueror after that, it was like this pharaohic honor to take over and become the new Sun King of Egypt. It's a very interesting thing. The Middle East, and in particular North Africa, was always kind of under the sway of the French, and then later the Spanish, and then of course the French had their colonies there. The French Foreign Legion, of course, is made up of predominantly people from other countries, North Africa in particular. And I think it goes back to a lot of the worship and things that went on of the gods that they served. These were entities that were being worshipped way back in time. Going back to the Persians, like they had conquered all of that region. And some of the gods that were being worshipped in their kingdom, in particular with the Phoenicians, right? There's a whole connection there. And when you stop and you lay it out there, you can see it. You'll see that the same gods, like Moloch, the child eater, the Canaanite god, he was not just a Canaanite god. He was worshipped in the North African region of the African continent. The people were sacrificing their children to him. There were two in particular, and Baphomet, who became very prominent later on. Each of these gods corresponded to a great sin. And they were all knee deep in this. The Crusades, if anybody really believes that the Crusades was just about freeing Christianity, I think to the average knight, it was very attractive. They were like, yeah, go to the Holy Land, free the Christians from the scourge of Islam, and take it over. But also because you could make a fortune there doing it. So joining an order of like the Templars was very, very attractive. But you had other organizations that worked there. You had the equivalent of the CIA of Europe, which was the Vatican and the Illuminati, which a lot of people say, well, yeah, it's a very Italian thing. It's a very Italian organization, but they don't realize that the roots lie in Persia. And it all goes back to Alexander, and it goes back to the Persians, who seized control of that region and had control of the Holy Land for centuries. They held sway there.
When did Saladin take over?
That was during the Crusades. Yeah. That was when he took the holy city. What year exactly? Let's look up the exact year, because I don't want to spout it off.
We got to look that up, because Saladin,
1220 something.
Yeah, it was in 12 something.
There was no going back after that. The Muslims pretty much took it over.
What was it?
1187.
1187. I thought it was around 1200. But that would have been. Here's the funny thing: we were just talking about 1200 BC. That would have been 1200 AD. That would have been 1,000 years later, after the attack of the Sea People. The library going and being put, being moved, from the Pharaoh's namesake to Alexandria, and then it being named that, and then it being held there for a long time until the Roman times. And I do believe that it was a plot that was executed by the Illuminati to destroy the knowledge of mankind. I think it was done at the behest. Get this. This is going to sound absolutely crazy, but this is what the show is about, right? I think it's crazy, but I also believe that it was sent there by these archons. I believe that the people that burned that knowledge, it was done at the behest of the archon spirits, because they didn't want them, or humans, being able to transcend.
For sure.
Think about that. Why would they want that, though? Unless this really is a matrix and you're stuck here and on the wheel of Dharma. That's why.
They're like gatekeepers.
Gatekeepers. And the Illuminati are a wing arm of that, even though a lot of people believe that they're just humans. They're vessels.
Like Agent Smith from the Matrix.
They are. Very much so. And what if, when we are being warned about the people who are in cahoots with the archons and who are used by the archons to hold us down and keep us hostage on this will, what if it really is these two orders, one in particular, the Khazaric Israel, and then now you know what I'm saying here, Khazaric Israel, not the Christ Israel, the Khazaric Israel, and then, of course, the Illuminati, which is the Vatican. And of course, there are twin pillars of evil, and they do what they do. And you start to look at how many incarnations they have, and what they've done, and how they've been. The Israel that we know of actually became something else at one time when it was conquered and taken by the Assyrians. They were taken into captivity, which right after that, the Babylonians conquered the
Babylonians.
Then Persia conquered them.
I just can't help to think that I'm just thinking that the Irish were the ones that were the Sea People. By the way, the bagpipes.
I don't think it would be the Irish people themselves. I think, like what Dick says, maybe something.
The bagpipes are definitely Egyptian. The Egyptians invented the bagpipes, and look at the Irish.
There's actually a connection with the Irish and the Scottish with the Northern Egyptians. One of the first queens was of Ireland was Egyptian, allegedly was a pharaoh's daughter.
Yeah, and a lot of that though comes from the Ptolemaic retelling of that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The
Ptolemies, of course, being the lineage of Alexander. Go ahead.
There's huge Egyptian ruins in the Grand Canyon, for crying out loud. That's why you can't go there.
Yep. Yeah.
So the Egyptians were everywhere. They were a semi-worldwide civilization at one time. I don't care what anybody says.
I also believe that they were here in the Americas. Why? Because there's proof of it. We literally have like coins from Egypt. Here's an interesting thing. Now they have found coins and then confirmed, right? I think it's like 16 different states have found Roman coins.
Mm-hmm.
Those coins, though, are from a time of the Romans when they were laying down on Egypt. So these could have been Egyptians that were just using Roman currency, because the Roman currency, especially during the Pax Romana, there was a lot of traveling, moving around, and there was no war. The wars had already been fought because Augustus was determined to not have a war. In fact, that was one of the reasons why Christ was crucified, because when the Jewish Pharisees wanted him dead, the Romans were like, okay, we'll do anything to avoid a conflict, to keep from having to fight these lunatics. And so they wanted Christ. The Jewish Pharisees wanted to crucify him. And the Romans, who they try to twist and lie and say, well, the Romans did it. The Romans had no reason. He was no rebel to the Romans. Because if he was leading a revolt against the Romans, the Jews at that time would have said he's the Messiah.
Yeah.
Because the Messiah was supposed to be was supposed to lead the sons of light.
Romans.
No, it didn't. It was a conspiracy.
They wanted him out.
It wasn't a conspiracy. It was simply just they wanted him gone because
he went through the Golden Gate and fulfilled prophecies like a mother. Like he fulfilled many prophecies. Make no mistake about that. He did. Jesus fulfilled many prophecies.
Yeah, and when he did what he did too, riding in on a donkey instead of like this Pegasus, they thought he was going to come down out of the sky and with a sword to defeat all of their enemies, which at that time would have been the sons of darkness, i.e. the Romans. And so he didn't do that. He came and he conquered with his words of peace and love and told us what we needed to do, right? But the problem was that they're always going to be the agents of the Kali Yuga, agents of the Archon, the blasphemers with their tongues. They wag their tongues and they say horrible things. And of course, they created lies around Christ. And this is what happens now to the true followers of Christ. They're lied on, they're belittled and besmirched and basically publicly crucified by, to me, what I believe are the sons and daughters of, the evil, the darkness. Call it whatever you want. When you look at what happened with Christ, he warns us too. He says, just remember, they hated me first, right? He tells you that. That's giving you a little bit of a warning, but also saying, hey, keep your chin up because the world's going to hate you, but they hated me first. They hated him for no reason. Here comes a guy who upsets the system. And a bunch of petty people who really weren't that important in the big scheme of things. You had the Roman Empire. There was this vast, there was this network of a quarter of the world's population lived and died under their Caesars. They were the ultimate power, right? You had this little dust ball baloney down there that meant nothing. It meant nothing. Jesus comes and tells those people in charge of that little dust ball, hey, you're wrong. But I'm here to teach about peace and love and herald in a new age. They didn't like that. They didn't want that. And when Jesus, I believe, and this is my really true belief, I think that why he was born under Judean was so that they would kill him and he would point out who is evil. Because a rift, a schism developed between them and us, the Christians, because of a birthright that we are literally fighting the serpent for. And
that's definitely probable.
Hold on. Let me say what I got to say here, Buddha. Hold on, because it's very important. I'll lose my train of thought here. When he was born, now the problem comes that people get it backwards. They think, well, he was born under the Jewish lineage, so the Jews must be they have validity. No, he born under the Jewish lineage so that he told them to their faces that they were evil, they were wrong, and that they were of the synagogue of Satan. He was not buddy-buddy with his supposedly people. Also, people don't realize this and they lose track of this is because he was not technically a Judean. He was born north of Judea. He was a Galilean. And at that time, they did not accept him as a Judean. So therefore, he was not technically one of them, but he was born as close to them. And so he says, you're wrong. But I honestly believe he was born under that lineage to die by their hand so that the world would see who were the most evil people on this planet. And that may be a horrible statement to some people, but it is the truth. And I really believe that. And then the people who fall in league with them, i.e. the papacy, who mimics them, wears the little hat and does everything they do, greedy, fundamentally corrupt and evil in every way, the papacy is. I'm sorry, it really is. And not Catholics. Catholic people, not themselves, are not necessarily evil and Jewish people are not necessarily born evil. But the synagogue of Satan is made very clear, very, very clear. And it's also made very, very clear who the inheritors of the kingdom of Christ are, and that is us, the Christians. Now, here's the other thing. The Catholics, a lot of them don't even identify as Christian. They just call themselves Catholics.
Yeah, that's weird.
And they'll argue with you that they're not really Christian, they're Catholic. But here's the other thing you got to remember too. There's another religion that comes along 600 years later, and it is the exact carbon copy, right down to the butchering of the animals and the suffocating of them. And that is Islam. Islam, I believe, in my opinion, was created by the Pharisaic Jewish order to combat Christianity. But 100%. It's a Frankenstein's, it is 100% a Frankenstein's creation that got out of hand, got out of control, and the Judeans could no longer control it. And that became their golem. If you ever believed in a golem, that is the religion of Islam. It is a Jewish creation, a golem.
This little kid was only 12 years old when he started telling people that he's here for a different reason. Under Jewish law, had he been 13 years old, he would have been arrested. So he started telling people that I'm here for a different reason. He started preaching at 12 years old. But like I said, had he been 13 years old, he would have been busted. And then he disappears and comes back, 27, 28 years old?
Mm-hmm.
Where he went, your guess is as good as mine. But this kid came back and did miraculous things. Yeah, you're right, bro. Like the Catholics, they're not the first ones. It's the Romanians, the first Christians, the real first Christians, and they have a. Who are the guys that have a piece of Jerusalem? They have their own section in Jerusalem. Is it the Romanians? It is the Romanians, right?
Who?
You got the Romanians and the Jewish.
You talking about the Orthodox Christians?
You got the Romanians, the Jewish, and the Catholic, and then you got the Arab section.
I don't know about the Romanian quarter in Jerusalem.
I might be wrong on saying Romanian, but they are the first Christians.
Jeremy Holloway says Armenians.
Armenians, thank you. Armenians
because they would be Orthodox. Technically,
they are the first Christians.
A Greek Orthodox. Well, the Armenians are not necessarily. The Armenians are actually. There you go again. They are a mixture of the Greek and the Ptolemaic orders. I mean, they're people that are directly descended from the Ptolemies. When you stop and you look at this, you can see who was persecuted too. The people that, let's put it this way, if you just stopped and you looked at everyone who's a persecuted people, and I'm not talking about the fake persecutions, these people pretend like they're being persecuted. No, the people that the synagogue of Satan and the papacy and Islam persecute, those three, the trifecta there, who they persecute, it's those people are actually the ones that are the bloodline. Those are the nobility from the ancient times. And they have persecuted them and beat them down. And they've used every weapon that they can. They've used Islam, communism, fascism, every type of weapon to use against those peoples to keep them down and suppress them. And I don't think it's something that they do on their own. I think it's something that's the archons, and that's why Jesus told James, hey, you need to get out of here because it's full of the enemy. And Jesus knew that we were going to have to stand on our own, and he's going to give us the time to do it. And then there's going to come a time when he returns and it's going to be taken care of. All you have to do is look at what the Pharisee Jews have done, and they took out the book of Daniel. Do you know why? The reason they took out the book of Daniel is because he's the one prophet who pinpoints accurately when Jesus was going to come, when the true Messiah was going to come. And that runs anathema to what they want to be. It doesn't mean that that's what is. It just means that that's what they want. Now, you can want in one hand and take a poop in the other and see which one you get first. But yeah, no one is going to circumvent the will of God. And everyone is always talking about God will not be mocked, God. And everybody, who's God to you, though? Because God to me is the Father of Christ. We have hitched our wagon to the Old Testament. I'm not saying the Old Testament is wrong. There is a lot of validity. Jesus was of the lineage of David. He was the house of David. But he also warns us that the people that we call the Jews now, he says point blank in Revelations 2:9, and he reiterates it in 3:9. He says, you are of the synagogue of Satan. You are not of the house of David. He's like, you claim that you are Jews, but you're not. Because who became those people, the chosen people? That's us. Now you have liars like certain preachers, these large preachers, which are part of the synagogue of Satan, partnering with the papacy and are basically Islamic apologists. And when you look at these people, you will see it, what they do and what they say. And they will tell you that Jesus, they'll go so far as to say Jesus wasn't even the Messiah. And that these people will be given a second chance and blah, blah, blah. No, that's not going to happen. That's not what's going to happen. You're given that chance and that's it. And then they say that it is replacement theology. BS. Because if you look, I think it's in Galatians, look it up, where Jesus point blank tells you who is the inheritor, who becomes the inheritor of the kingdom of God. And if you look at it in your Bibles, I want to say it's Galatians, but you can look it up. And Jesus says point blank, yeah. And so when you're talking, when you're talking about the God that they serve as opposed to the God that we serve, read the Talmud. It's a very simple thing. They leave
Talmud,
no room
is
for
that I'm sorry. The Talmud is that
that's the
Jewish
book that most Jews read from today. The Talmud tells you point blank that Jesus was an apostate, a heretic. He's boiling in feces.
That's in
His
the Torah,
mother
right?
Mary was a whore. No, it's not the Torah. No, and they do have the Torah there, but it's that's a whole different thing.
I think
that is the first
five books.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. It says it's in Galatians.
In Galatians. Mm-hmm. Yeah. What is exact scripture there, please?
Let me pull it. It's Galatians 5:19 to 21.
5:19. Yep.
Let's see, 5.
I thought it was in the Torah.
19.
I don't feel like typing today, but thank you.
Now the works of the flesh are manifest, which are these: adultery, fornication, uncleanliness, lasciviousness. Hang on, let me pull up the full chat right here. It's 5:19 through 21. Come on now. Now the works of the flesh are evident: sexual immorality, impurity, sensuality, idolatry, sorcery, enmity, strife, jealousy, fits of anger, rivalries, dissensions, divisions, envy, drunkenness, orgies, and things like these. I warn you, as I warned you before, that those who do such things will not inherit the kingdom of God. The acts of the sinful nature are obvious and include sexual immorality, impurity, debauchery, idolatry, and witchcraft, hatred, discord, jealousy, fits of rage, selfish ambition, dissensions, factions, and envy, drunkenness, orgies, and the like. But yeah, that's Galatians 19 through 21. Yeah, so that's what Wolf was talking about.
And much to your point, Wolf, the reason that when the Pharisees accused Pontius Pilate and said you are no friend of Caesar's if you don't if you don't crucify this man, it's because they ran Rome.
Because they what?
Because they ran Rome.
Yeah.
They absolutely ran Rome. And that's why Christ said, you are of your father the devil, and you will do his will.
Mm-hmm.
Look, when they crucified him, this is also part of the prophecy, is that when the last sacrificial lamb, that the veil would break, and it did. There would be an earthquake. That's what the scripture says. And there was an earthquake. What more do you want?
Well, I also find it interesting that like when Christ was on the cross and he says, my God, why have you forsaken me? Like he's quoting Psalms,
mm-hmm.
And I think that's his way of saying, even though you've tortured me, you've beaten me, you've crucified me, and I'm up here on this cross, the prophecy has still been fulfilled. Like you don't understand what is happening right now.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like it wasn't so much it wasn't a lamentation. He wasn't. I don't think he was actually saying, "Yeah, my father, my heavenly Father, has abandoned me." No, he was quoting scripture, and just it's his way of telling them, "Yeah, this is all par for the course. You don't even understand."
Oh yeah, exactly. Like not only is this the Son of God, but he's also a human being just like you and I. And he took a really good beat down. Poor kid, man. And the prophecies have been fulfilled. Correct me if I'm wrong, but like even after that, I want to say 60, 70, 100 years later, maybe even less than that, did they stop sacrificing lambs because they realized that the prophecy has already been fulfilled, so there's no reason to do that anymore.
So I'd like to share a scripture, if I may, and it pertains to my belief about the Muslim church, the Islam faith. And it's out of Galatians, and it starts Galatians 1, verse 6. I marvel that ye are so soon removed from him that called you into the grace of Christ unto another gospel, which is not another, but there be some that trouble you and would pervert the gospel of Christ. But though we or an angel from heaven preach any other gospel unto you than that which we have preached unto you, let him be accursed. And we said before, so say I now again, if any man preach any other gospel unto you than that ye have received, let him be cursed. For I do now persuade men, or God, or do I seek to please men? For if I yet please men, I should not be the servant of Christ. So when you think about how the Muslim faith, the Islam faith came around, and many other faiths afterwards came around, and how an angel of the Lord allegedly appeared to them, it's left right here in Galatians chapter 1, right there in the first chapter of Galatians. Is that important?
How about when
Right
Moroni
there.
showed up to a certain somebody and gave him some golden tablets?
Yeah.
Well, that's a funny thing. That was on my quad. Do you know what that is, Dick Richards?
Yeah. You can apply that in a few places, man.
Oh yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah. Yep.
Yeah, it's basically an indictment on the origins of Islam, because that they believe that Gabriel appeared to Muhammad and gave him this other the message, and the scripture you just read just said, even if an angel of the Lord gives you any other message or adds to or take away from the word, let him be accursed.
Mm-hmm.
So how does that make sense? Like how do they rationalize that?
And also, when you look at Islam, it is a carbon copy of Judaism.
Mm-hmm.
It literally
100%.
is.
100%.
There's not much difference.
Muhammad literally regurgitated everything that came out of the scripture. He regurgitated everything, and he added a little bit more. Remember, he started like 12, 13 war. No, correct that. He started 63 wars.
They invaded every Christian nation, but prior to that, Syria, which is also the Phoenicia, modern day Lebanon. If you look at all of those regions, Turkey, what is modern day Turkey, every one of those countries was invaded by Islam. I got a list right here. It's crazy. I think I can pull it up. Let me look up real quick here.
What do you expect from a guy that he himself said he thinks he's demonically possessed?
This guy came out of a cave and said that he talked to God, and all of a sudden, I just, you know where I'm going with this.
I may not have the.
His moral values went out the window the very
Yeah,
moment.
some of those scriptures about Aisha and having to clean up his robes before he went to temple, and he would go and visit all his wives in the same night and not wash in between hands, and you know, there's some real nasty stuff in that Quran.
Really, really
He's one
nasty.
just it's freaking disgusting.
And we're talking 600 plus years after Jesus.
Mhm.
It's just something's wrong with the dude, man.
We'll be right back.
Yeah, I was actually raised, consider myself raised Mormon, and my Bible sitting here is the Holy Bible, the Book of Mormon, Doctrine and Covenants, and the Pearl of Great Price. Now, you got to question the Mormons or the Latter-day Saints. I'll give them some respect and call them what they want to be called. You got to question them. If they think that the Bible is inaccurate, they got to tell you what part is inaccurate, because the Bible that they use is the King James Version. So what part of the Bible is inaccurate? Because I can go grab a King James Version Holy Bible standalone copy, put it side by side with mine, and then I got to ask the missionaries what part is inaccurate.
May I ask you about the golden tablets that the Mormons operate on?
Can you imagine how much those would have weighed?
Yeah, true. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah.
A scrawny
And
guy who already
only
has leg
John-
damage from a bad surgery they had, trying to carry that with one arm, as the story has said.
And only one man is given the vision to read them.
Out of a hat?
Yeah, that's a heck of a situation.
Yep. And then when, I can't remember her name off the top of my head, but his friend's wife burned the copies of them just to test them. He had to have a new revelation.
What's his
new
name?
Transcription.
Jeremy? Oh,
John
not Jeremy.
Smith.
Joseph Smith.
Joseph Smith. Sorry. What did I say,
Yep,
John?
Joseph Smith.
Prior to him starting that the religion, or him preaching, what business was he in?
So if you go and look up in history the burned over district of New York, it's very much what we would consider Hollywood with Scientology and all the wacko religions that come out of it. And this isn't a stab at Mormonism. This is just what the facts of the matter are. So they were part of his dad and his mom switched between a lot of religions, where they would do a lot of stuff, kind of like the holy rollers, snake handlers, people that would eat mushrooms. They were just seeking a divine revelation. So part of his belief and part of his grift, I'll call it his grift because he got charged for it. Part of his grift was being a treasure hunter. And he would use seer stones, which is what he used in his hat, and dowsing rods, if you know what those are. Now, dowsing rods have been used to find water. I know guys have found wells for water with them, but he accepted money to find treasure on someone's property. He didn't find it, and the guys took him to court and sued him for it, and he can find it. It's online. It's out there.
Somebody told him you could make a lot of money if you start a religion.
Yep. And he did. And like I could do a whole like spiel about like his history and everything, like 95% accurate on it, but I can't give the guy any credibility.
Isn't it true that they have everybody's lineage, like as far back as you can possibly record it?
They do.
That's
100%.
so weird.
100%. I've traced my lineage back on my dad's side of the family. I can go back to the biblical age, all the way back to St. Joseph. On my mom's side, I can go all the way into Ireland, Scotland, and all the way back into the Viking Age.
And they baptized dead people into the Mormon Church. They baptized all our families, all our dead family members into the Mormon Church too.
So how that works is that a living family member has to submit a request to have them baptized. They've stopped since, they baptized a certain German guy and a certain Jewish girl within the same year. I'll let you connect the dots of who they baptize. Bad German guy, Jewish girl has a book. So I'll let you connect
Did she live in an attic?
Yes. And she said hello when the door was knocked. Yes.
Not too long ago, the Mormons, they built a temple in Rome, like 2020, 2021.
The only places that they don't have temples so far, I think, is Iran, North Korea, and China. And I think Afghanistan. There's like 5 or 6 countries that they don't have a temple or some type of institute or learning center in.
I gotta give it to them. They pulled it off.
Yeah.
Well, who's the king of this earth, right? So of course he's going to raise up these phony baloney kingdoms.
I completely agree.
Spreading the false light of Lucifer all over the place, false religions, these false teachings outside of Christ, or these perversions of Christ. That's exactly what the light bearer does. He raises up all of these false institutions and all of this nonsense, everything outside of Christ, all the paganism, all the false religions, all anything. Science is his biggest freaking ploy yet. It's
well, it's
stupid.
a false
scientism.
Scientism, yeah.
Turning it into its own religious
science. Yeah, exactly. Science falsely so-called, as Christ said. How's that going, by the way?
I don't know. A lot of people have heart issues since a certain thing happened.
They're really good at being quiet and making the argument, as opposed to like Scientology. They're just like out there. They do their thing.
Yeah, they believe a freaking alien ship on the other side of the moon is going to come and get them once we all get the apocalypse amongst us.
Well, don't the Mormons also believe that after after they pass, that they kind of become like the pseudo deities of their own planet or something like that?
You can get your own planet, whatever.
Yeah.
So here's
was that them? I thought that was Scientology. Oh, okay.
So I can break that down real quick if you want me to. Here's how that works. So you get baptized, you get the Aaronic priesthood, you get the Melchizedek priesthood, which are allegedly priesthoods that existed in the biblical time. I don't necessarily believe in that. I'm a very inactive Mormon. As a matter of fact, I kind of have a certain drink sitting here. Anyway, so you get baptized, you go into the temple, you keep the temple ordinances, and if you're worthy enough in this life, you get blessed in the next life. There are 3 different glories of kingdoms of God that you can go to. The highest glory is you're with God, and then as God, the saying is, as God once was, we may become. So the belief is that before God created this earth, and this is where I go far away from it, and I don't believe in this, but before God created this earth, he once was like Adam, and some other God created it, and he lived a perfect life. And him and his wife, him and his Eve, let's call her Eve, they lived a perfect life. Because he lived a perfect life, he's able to bring her up into his own kingdom and create all these spirit babies on planet Earth. So his planet that he lives on is called Kolob. And there's actually a song, If I Could Hike to Kolob. But so if we obey all the ordinances and we get baptized and sealed and do all of our temple, let's call them temple rituals for everyone else in the world. If we do all of our temple rituals and we become holy and pure and repent for our sins and live a just life, a good life, we may become like God and have our own planet. And our wife that we are sealed to in the temple will repopulate the planet. So all the people that are on this planet are spirit babies from God and his wife.
Wow. Are they the ones that believe that Barbello is the father of God?
No.
Okay.
May I ask, what was your breaking point?
Oh, man. God. I think my breaking point is, so my shelf. Why would people need to hide stuff if it's true?
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
Why do I have to hunt for stuff on the internet? Why do I have to hunt for stuff in church records if it's true? Why was the Mormon Meadows Massacre covered up? Why was the Book of Abraham translation covered up? And if it wasn't for a fire in the Chicago Museum of History, Natural History, we wouldn't even know that there was a papyri with facsimiles on the back and drawings, hand drawings by Joseph Smith on the back that related to what the Book of the Dead scroll was. Why is all that hidden? Why are they ashamed of it? If it's true, why are they ashamed of it? If polygamy was supposed to be a good thing, why was it hidden? And why is it hushed? You shouldn't hide the truth.
Did they find
Why did they do that weird soaking thing?
I don't want to talk about that. Things that
Let's not get into that, man. Come on, man.
Yeah.
Did they find anything in
Somebody's
there?
got to push the bed. Come on.
Someone has to jump on the bed.
And other people that I'm not too fond of, like everybody's always like, oh, they're such good, holy people, the Amish.
No, they're not.
They're not the good, wholesome kind of people.
No.
I mean, they're just, and the world is not the way you think it is. And who is this? Mac? I thought it was Marmar. This is Mac here. Anthony, I don't know why he's asking you. He must think you're Sikh. That is a Sikh religion false.
Well, I'm missing my hat and my turban.
What do you want to know about Sikhism and why?
Is water blue?
Very ancient. That's in mind.
It's not ancient. It's only 500 years old.
Yeah, Sikhism was formed sorry,
I meant Hindu.
Yeah, Hindu is very ancient. Sikhism was formed by Guru Nanak, and he would have been born in what is modern day Pakistan. It wasn't called Pakistan back then, but that region of the Indus Valley. Yeah, that's where he was from. But what is the question about Sikh? He says, is it, what did he say? What is it? What was his question?
Is it a false religion?
It's false, yeah.
Depends on what you think. I mean, the guy, let's go over it. What did he do? He was at the age of 30, right? He was told that he had a spiritual encounter with God, supposedly, at the age of 30. You know? And so God basically, he believes, talked to him and told him what he needed to do. Sikhism is not huge in the big scheme of things, but it does have, I think, like 25 million. Maybe I'm wrong about that.
25 million followers in Canada.
25 million followers? No, not in Canada. No, they have 25 million followers worldwide. But the Sikhs do have a very large community. They are not Muslim. You know, and one of their declarations is there is no Muslim, there is no Hindu. Those people they live around. They said there is only God.
Where are they predominantly from? Like
we're a monotheistic religion too. Well, where they're from
it's
is
a warrior. Yeah, it's a warrior cult that was formed to thwart the Islamic invasions of India.
Do they have a history of ancient structures, whatnot?
No,
like the Hindus, they're OGs, like the old school.
No.
It was a religion formed to thwart the Islamic invasions of their area. That's it.
Yeah.
I mean,
and pretty much if you look at them, if you look at who they are and what they are, I mean, they're very big on like the community and doing things for
civic duty,
you know, and they do take care of one another, and they're not cowards. I mean, they will fight you because they believe in standing up for what they believe in. Asceticism is very important to them, you know, which is like discipline, being highly disciplined and believing in their religion, you know, which, you know, and a lot of people, it's basically abstination from worldly pleasure. That's one of the things that they're big on. Now, these are the people that wear a turban, and I used to know one, and he used to work at a gas station, and he did talk like this, but he went to school with me, and he was when we went to the community college. You know, that's where you go to get smart. Is the community.
Alexander didn't reach
the liberal arts degree.
Yeah, Alexander didn't reach those guys, right?
Didn't reach what?
They weren't there at the time.
No, the Sikhism was only created in 14. Look,
14. Oh, okay.
Look it up. I think it was like 1460 or something
Yeah,
like
to
that.
fight off the Mughal invasions.
Yeah, it was right. It was the Mughals. Yeah, because in the Mughals, of course, they almost were wiped out by the Mongols. Two different things, but the Mongols were really, they put a boot in the ass of Islam too. There were some principalities that thought they were somebody over there in the Khyber Pass. They thought, well, we're going to ambush the Mongols.
It's created around 1500.
1500, yeah.
1500.
So when was Nanook born? I think he was born in
1469.
1469?
Yeah.
Okay. So I was close. That's, so he was born and then 30 years later, which would have been 1509, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. You said 69?
Yeah.
Okay. So then
so
then he would have been
1499.
1499, 1500,
yeah.
Sorry. So he was born at 15. So and then 30 years old, and he has this enlightenment. He believes he creates a religion. And now he was the first of the leaders he was the first guru, and I believe that there were supposedly like 15 of them or something like that. I don't know. You could look it up. I don't know for sure. Their religion is heavily into like renouncing earthly wants and getting rid of your possessions. I mean, I would say it's pretty. If they had Christ involved, I think it would be pretty. It would be self-denial is a big thing they do. Finding a spiritual purpose, living very Spartan, very, very.
They had 10 gurus.
10 you wouldn't happen to have a map, a demographic map of where the Sikhs were in the Tibets and India?
No, but I can describe it to you. I mean, it's pretty. I mean,
I'm curious. Like,
go ahead.
You said the Mongols conquered them too, right?
They conquered all of that region. I mean, they were pretty ruthless.
The Mongols conquered 22% of the entire landmass of the earth at one point.
That was pretty rough. They were pretty. I remember a story about an Arabic prince who wasn't Arabic, but he was. I think it was like what would be modern day Turkmenistan, and he basically thumbed his nose at them and said, "You're not going to reach me, and I'm going to do what I'm going to do." And they said, "If you would just give up now, before we have to show up at your doorstep, we won't come and kill you and destroy you and take your kingdom." And he was one of these Islamic principalities, and he told them, "Nah, I'm good. I'm not worried about you. Go F yourself." And they rode through like 4 different kingdoms to get there, and then they just annihilated him.
He got a paddling.
The Khwarezmians,
The
Khwarezmians, or whatever the hell, however you pronounce it. The Mongols' territory went from Hungary to China, for crying out loud.
China all the way to Hungary. Kudos to the Hungarians for wiping them out.
Absolutely.
Well, they didn't actually wipe them out.
Well, they won that war, and then
they repelled the invasion.
Yeah, I mean, but when you get there at the gates, and you're pretty much like, there's, that's a long ride. I mean, and you're. It's kind of like they were tired. I mean, when you look at like Alexander, I mean, what was it? 11 years. He's marching for 11 years.
Mm-hmm.
Well, when Genghis died, they had to find a successor, and that's what made them say, "Okay, we all got to go back and try to see if I could be the next successor for that." So
his grandson Ogadai took over.
Yeah, they pulled out, but they did lose that war. Hungarians did kick their asses.
Mm-hmm.
I give them that.
They had the greatest general in the history of warfare, Subadai. The guy put over 2 million miles on horseback himself, and he won like 64 or 65 army versus army battles where he wiped them out, and fought over 200 and some whatever battles, and I think he lost like 2 or 3 battles his entire career, over 300 battles.
You talking about the Hungarians?
No, the Mongolian general.
The Mongolians, yeah.
He was the guy from the Golden Horde, which was their western arm of it when it got sort of split into 3.
After the Hungarians wiped them out, they were retreating, and they made their way back, and they ran. Even on their retreat, they ran into the what do you call them? The guys with the swords and the horses. Shit.
Everybody?
The Cossacks.
The Cossacks, yeah.
They ran
But
into the Cossacks.
The Cossacks back then, though, would have been just people from the steppes, and I believe that they were Vikings.
Yeah, they were Kiev. They were the Kiev Prince.
Yeah, they're definitely
Rus.
Kiev.
Yeah, and the reason I believe that is because the Vikings raided into Rus, which is modern day Russia, via Finland, and they did it over and over again, and eventually they just made inroads. They were everywhere. Their DNA is everywhere, but in the Cossacks in particular, there is a heavy northern DNA. Now, there are people that are really stupid and don't understand how DNA works, and they don't understand. And I've said this before. My dad, I would never do this because I don't want people taking my DNA, but my dad did it. My dad's mother was Cossack, and so whenever we did the DNA testing, my dad's blood was overwhelmingly Northern European. Now, here's the weird thing. When they did genetic testing on a lot of the Cossacks, they realized that they were genetically different than the people in that region. And get this, guess who the Hungarians are related to? They're not related to the people around them. They are not related to other Eastern Europeans. No. They are not related to the Bulgarians. They are not related to the Romanians. There's not a lot of Slavic blood there. You know who their closest relatives are?
Norwegian.
Slavs.
The Finnish.
Yep.
The Finns?
The Finns, yeah. And the Finns are a combination of Rus and Viking. That's basically what they are. So somewhere in southern Scandinavia, they believe it was probably Swedish. They went down into, that area of the Urals and the Caucasus Mountains, and they just conquered that region. They were Scandinavian. They were European, Northern Europeans, and they were very large people, averaging about 6 foot, which was a big people at that time. And they conquered that region, and they just killed everyone around them and took it, and just said, "We're gonna make this our land." The earliest estimates say probably around the 1100s, the 900s to the 1100s. So I do believe that yes, the Mongols probably were destroyed, probably on the return visit, because not a lot of them came back. Yeah,
they pulled back because they wanted the leader, their leader, I forget his name.
They invaded Russia in the winter. They invaded Russia in the winter from the west.
Doesn't matter because
Russia's all of Russia
is always cold. The steppes are cold as hell. But you know who defeated the same people? The Cossacks defeated all of these people. They defeated Tamerlane. They defeated, if you go back far enough, they were probably responsible for a lot of the destruction.
Oh, they defeated
the Tartars were defeated by them. They defeated the Muslim invasions.
Napoleon. They defeated Napoleon.
They did. They did a number on Napoleon, and then they destroyed the Ottomans. I mean, they were teaming up with Dracul. That was their friend. Only because he fought for Wallachia, and he fought Wallachia was at war with the Ottomans, and they were funded by the Orthodox and the Catholic Church. And the Cossacks, of course, Ivan the Terrible, when Mehmed came to him, the Sultan, he says, "We need to team up and destroy the Cossacks." And at that time, Ivan was pretty clever, and he was like, "Why do I need to fight the Cossacks?" He goes, "Well, they raid your southern border." And he's probably going, "Yeah, and they keep you out of it." And so he's like, "Yeah, small price to pay. I don't really have a problem with them. But we can't control them. There's nothing that the Russian people can do to stop them." And the Polish king and the Lithuanian king all did the same thing. They tried to build an alliance to defeat the Cossacks. It didn't work. And then when the Cossacks got aggravated with the Sultan, they wrote him a big letter, which became very famous. If you look at the Cossack letter to the Sultan, they basically told him to kiss their ass and that they were going to come and destroy him if he didn't shut up and quit making trouble for them. Because he was going around like a little mouthy little bitch going around to all these other countries. Hey, have you heard the Cossacks are bad? And because he was getting his ass kicked by them. So he was basically going door to door, trying to get everyone to rally against them. And the stupid people that joined them to fight the Cossack got their asses handed to them. In fact, there was a very famous leader from the Poles who had his arm hacked off by them in battle and was like, I'm not losing my other arm to stop war problem.
That. And this is after the Mongols already bailed.
No, they were there before. They were there during the time of the Mongol invasion. And, a lot of people
they were there during the Mongol invasion, but
here's the thing, though. What they did, though, a lot of people take credit for, which is aggravating to me, because if you look at what they did, it can't be overstated. They sacked Istanbul. To this day, it is the only people who have ever sacked the capital of the Ottoman Empire. And they made off with the treasury, and they made off with the harem. And, of course, this was an affront to, the Sultan, who thought he was a big shit. And they were just like, yeah, well, you're not. When they lit the city on fire.
When I was in Iraq, I kid you not, there are Iraqis that literally look Asian 100%. Mm-hmm. They look Asian. Like the bloodline is still there in Iraq.
The Cossacks don't look Asian. They look very Viking.
No, I'm talking like because the Mongols conquered Iraq and they look very Asian.
If you look at some of these boxers too, some of these great boxers, they descend from the Cossacks. Most of the Ukrainian fighters,
those guys are hardcore. They deserve more kudos. Those guys are responsible for saving the West.
They are. There were 3 people in particular that did their job at the Siege of Vienna: the Spaniards, the Swedish pikemen, the Swiss and Swedish pikemen, 2 different things, but yeah, both of them. And the Swiss is back when Switzerland was not a neutral country. The Swiss and Swedish pikemen. And then the Cossacks. If it wasn't for them, Europe would have been in flames, and it would be bowing 15 times a day, facing the east, whatever. Speaking of this too, hold on one second. Mac says most innovations had to come through Punjab. Yeah, Punjab. Are you still talking about the Sikhs, Mac? Because that's what is it? The Sikhs. There's the 5 Ks. Let me see if I can guess it. I don't know off the top of my head. I could look it up, but don't tell me what it is, Anthony. I know that there is 5. They believe in the 5 Ks. Look up the 5 Ks of Sikhism. It's a very interesting thing.
No, I'm
Joe Tupop says Hussars saved Vienna. I disagree. I think that Hussars did their job during those wars. Hussars being the Polish cavalry. But I think that the Spanish cavalry had more to do with the Lancers, had more to do with that, the Siege of Vienna. The Hussars definitely played their part, but they didn't. I don't think that was what broke it. That's my opinion. But the Poles definitely have an amazing history. Hussars were one of the most prized mercenaries on earth. What the 5 Ks? Okay, one of them I think is you have to cut your hair, right? The cutting of the hair. Yeah, it is. You have a blade for your cutting of your hair. Read. Okay, before you read it, let me see if I get this right. One of them is you have to cut your hair. And I know that's one of them. It's very important. And then there's another one that's
the Hussars. The Hussars are
metal bracelet.
Yeah. Today, Scandinavia.
And then there's you have to have a sword.
Yep.
Right. And then there's another one. I used to know this. I know you have to not cut your hair, but you have to have cover your head, whatever. And then there's the blade you have to carry, but you have to have a comb.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And you don't cut your hair. That's right.
Yeah.
You don't cut your hair. That's right.
Yeah.
And then you have to have a comb. You have to have a blade. You have to have something to chop wood. Right. And then there's a 5th one. Go ahead and tell me, what is it?
It says cotton undergarments, denoting modesty and self-control. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So, anyways, that's it. That's what that is. I'll be right back, folks.
Going back to the Far East, just switching gears a little bit, going back to the Far East, I am so thankful that the Mongols did not conquer Japan. Holy shit, they almost pulled it off.
Those typhoons, though.
Yeah.
Yep,
Exactly.
that typhoon, that
So
good old hurricane, Pacific hurricane, smacked them out.
And,
you know that
and
you know that nobody called them the Mongols at the time. They were the Tartars.
Tartars, yeah.
Yes,
Mhm.
they were the Tartars. They were the Tartars for hundreds and hundreds of years until the communists wrote Tartary right out of the history books and erased that
Yep.
entire civilization.
Yep.
I was reading some a little bit of history on that one, and they did the what do they call them? Tsunami, hurricane, typhoon.
Yeah, the typhoon. Yeah.
Yeah, the typhoon fucked them up, but they
The
still
divine
made
wind.
landing. Yeah, and they still made landing. What the remnants of them, and they went into battle with the Japanese, and the samurais, call them whatever you want. They went into battle and they won, but at the same time, what the Mongols did not know is that there was no Japanese army left for them to defeat them if should they come back a second time. They actually built a wall. Do you guys know
Yeah,
that?
at Haitaki Bay or whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like from top to bottom, like they actually built a whole giant wall. There's some small remnants of that wall.
If you look back at the so I've got a bunch of military history books here, and if you actually study the Mongol invasions through them, what you'll notice is that the one thing that they have in common is that the Hungarians drew them this way, the Japanese drew them this way, the Koreans drew them a certain way, the Chinese drew them a certain way, and the Russians drew them a certain way. And what the way that the Mongols looked is they were like these little monster men with sharp teeth, these scruffy little beards, and Phrygian caps, red Phrygian caps. And you see that over and over and over again from these civilizations that had nothing.
Because people don't know what Phrygia is. They don't even know what that is. That's a kingdom that was destroyed.
Yeah, the kingdom where I don't know where the heck is Phrygia again? Isn't it in like Illyria, near Illyria?
Yeah, and well, people aren't going to know what Illyria is because
okay, near it's in Croatia.
Yeah, Thracian. It was It would have been like north of Thracian and Dacia. Now, Dacia. Do you know what Dacia is? Don't say it if you don't know it. Just okay. Dacia was Romania. And the reason it became Romania is because it was conquered by the Romans. I mean, if you follow history step by step by step by step, you'll see it. I mean, like how it all happened. I don't understand where this whole Tartarian thing came from because the Tartars were just a tribe. Now, Guy Anderson explained it to me on the show. They're
a different language group than the Mongols altogether. Turkic.
Oh no, the Tartars are not the Mongols. It's two totally different
exactly
people.
Right. Turkic-speaking people.
But they called them the Tartars, and all the ancient scripts
were actually
refers them to
defeated by
Tartars.
Alexander. But they put on the ancient maps Tartaria for Russia because that was the people that roamed around free, you know. But that's not really correct because they were Islamic. The Cossacks were Christian, the Tartars were Islamic, and they were destroyed. The remnants of what was left of their once great, you know, like horse steppe empire was wiped out by the Cossacks. So was Khazaria. The Khazarics were destroyed and dismantled by the Cossacks. The remnants of the Mongols was destroyed by them. Part of the Moguls was destroyed by them. The Ottomans were just, I mean, the Cossacks were pretty much undefeated. The only way they were defeated was when they were starved to death by the communists. That's what they did. Stalin was determined to get rid of them because he believed that they sided with Germany. Well, because they fought on the side of the White Russians versus the Red Russians. They involved themselves in the the war between the communists and the loyalists. And so whenever they fought for the loyalists against communism, they saw the writing on the wall. Communism was a bad thing. It was anti-Christian, and it was particularly at that time in the NKVD a Jewish movement, which the Cossacks were particularly hard on the Jewish and the Muslim populations. In fact, wherever they found them, they killed them.
What was the name of Romania before the
Dacia?
Dacia. Yeah.
Yeah, and Lauren Morgan points it out. He's like, it's not a LARP; it's becoming a catch-all term. Yeah, and it is. It's weird because I don't know why that name caught on. Because there was one map from an old Swedish explorer that says this is Tartaria, because that's who the Vikings ran into, and they went too far east. That's pretty much it. They were just like, oh, there's the Tartars. I mean, there wasn't a lot of civilization. There still isn't. I mean, to this day, it's really weird. Like when you go east, like 100 miles east of Moscow, the roads literally stop. I mean, the Germans were not concerned with what was beyond Moscow. They were just like, we got to take Leningrad, Stalingrad, and Moscow. We don't give a shit if they all want to run to the east, let them go. Who cares? You know, because there's nothing there. There's not even roads. There weren't even trains. You know, the Germans had to build train lines to going into Leningrad. Them and the Finns, their allies. People don't realize this. It wasn't like the Germans were just like they did it all on their own. No, they had Hungary, Romania, Bulgaria, Latvia, Lithuania. They had all these countries, Finland. Why would they all join such an evil empire unless there was one that was more evil? That's the question that nobody ever asks. All we do is parrot back what the dickhead Rockefellers lie and tell you to say. And that is Jew, 6 million, Holocaust, bad guys. And then Germans did all this. Japanese were their allies and they were bad guys. Italy was a bad guy. Whoever joined with them was bad guy. Everybody
6 million depends on what numbers. Were you asking the Russians?
There weren't that many even in Europe at that time.
You know what? You know what?
You're not allowed to say that, but I just did.
You know what?
Just read the Leuther reports.
It would have been nice if the Turks never conquered Constantinople.
Well, yeah, no shit. That would have been great because Istanbul would be Constantinople. But that was the Byzantine Empire, and it was on
the
its
last remnants of the Roman Empire.
Yeah, but that was to the east, and it technically wasn't the true Roman Empire. It was the Eastern Roman Empire. The whole Roman Empire to the west, and then them to the east.
But it would have been nice if they were still around.
Mm-hmm. Well, Prussia and the German Empire was, by way of Charlemagne, linked to the Romans. But that's a whole different discussion when you start to look at it.
Charlemagne linked to which Romans?
So Charlemagne and Constantine links into the German Empire. I would have to bring up the
Frank. It starts with him pretty much.
Yeah, it links into it. That's why it's one of the quote Reichs.
Yeah, they definitely
the Second Reich.
They definitely worked their way up. I do know that they had a southern tip of what's Ukraine, that little island? It's not an island.
Crimea.
The southern tip of Crimea. They had a little bit of that.
Of what?
For trading purposes.
Patty, can I tell you what I think that is?
Yeah, I was going to ask.
I think it's the remnants of. Yeah, I think it's the remnants of the Roman civilization. I think that in the book of Daniel, when he talks about the 4 beast kingdoms, he talks about Assyria, Babylon, Greece, and Rome. If you look at all of those structures around the world, they're Greco-Roman. They're all pillars and columns. It's all Greco-Roman.
Have you noticed how the buildings were always rounded too?
Yeah,
the
it's all
buildings
Roman.
were built round. No, well, there's a reason for the roundness as opposed to the square, and it's something now even to the east is very prominent that the square is a prison. Look at the cube of Saturn. Look at the cube that the Muslim clerics dance around and run around, and the Jewish rabbis wear on their heads. I mean, they're celebrating it. So when you see these things and everybody just says, well, that's just how that's traditions. Where do you think these traditions come from? That's another thing. We're talking about the Sikhs. They renounce silly tradition. There's no reason for ritual and tradition. You're supposed to just be a good person and do what's right. And for the most part, the ones I've dealt with, they do. They're not the Hindus and they're not the Muslims. They're distinctly different people. What you're talking about, though, Richard, about the aesthetics, the buildings and the pillars, that does come from Rome, but it actually comes from an earlier time. Who were the ancestors of the Greeks? The Minoans. If you were to stop and look at the Minoans, you would see a distinctly different culture. The Minoans were, of course, they were to the south and to the east of Italy. And at that time, Italy was run and controlled by a race of people now lost to time called the Etruscans.
Did you say that the Minoans are the ancestors of the Greeks, bro?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
No, actually, the Greeks
I thought it was the other way around, but
the Dorians have nothing to do with
Minoans. The Minoans predated
or the Achaeans or the Aeolians. None of them. No, they're completely different.
If you look at them all, that is the Minoan civilization. If you look at Crete, look at the Cretans. The Cretans were part of the Minoan Empire that was lost. It was destroyed.
Yeah, absolutely. That's true. Yeah. Absolutely.
The Cretans actually were the power. They were the Mediterranean power at that time too.
Before
now, what you're talking about, the 4 different tribes that make up the tribal
states,
the city-states of Greece. But no, the Minoans, before they were there, before they had anything, let's look it up. Let's see what it says on. But then again,
I believe they were a power before the emerging 4 states, but they're not linked. In fact, the Dorians themselves, that's Macedonian Spartans, 2 different groups, but one's considered Greek, one's considered Macedonian. Same tribe.
Here it is right here. I'm going to read it, and you tell me what you think. That's why the word Minotaur is because of the Minos. It's the Minoans.
Right.
It says here, and this is just an AI overview. I don't know. You can totally trust what the hell these people say, but
it says the same thing on my end.
It says the Minoans were a Bronze Age civilization that flourished on the island of Crete. Now, and it says here that they had the complexes like Gnosis. Now, Gnosis is also something that comes from Egypt. There's a magic book called The Son of Gnosis, which is like, basically but anyway, it says here, Minos, comes to the mythological king Minos. And a lot of times this, whenever they say something mythological, it's probably real. And it says they had an extensive trade network. The name comes from mythological, but Minos and legacy that influenced the Mediterranean world. So what you had was the Minoans that lived and controlled Greece. They literally held sway over Greece. And the city-states, the 4 city-states, what you're talking about, paid homage to them. But they had control over the isle. What's not the isle, but the peninsula of Greece was controlled by them long before the Dorians or any of those people were even thought of. Those were families that came out of the subjugation of the Minoans, or that were subjugated by the Minoans.
The Dorians come later, but they're not subjected to.
Yes, they were. Respectfully, I disagree, Kevin, because the Greeks on the mainland were forced to give. Each city-state was forced to give a virgin male and a virgin daughter.
The Theseus myth, I know.
For the bull, for what's his name?
The Minotaur.
Targamir.
Moloch.
Yeah. Huh? Well, they didn't call him Moloch. That's not what they called him. This is a different.
It's the same worship by a different name.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And they gave him a name, but I believe Targamir though was like the son of what's his name? Gosh dang it! The Minotaur. There was a name he had, and I think there was a lineage of them, and I think he was a captured cryptid from the inner earth. I mean, that's my opinion. I don't,
Oh, I think that Grendel was a cryptid too in the Beowulf myth.
Oh yes, 100%.
And his mom, I think that's one of our first examples of that in literature. And what's considered respectable, important literature. I mean, Beowulf and the Iliad are 2 of the first things that people have to read.
What's his name? Asterion?
Asterion, yeah. Here's the weird thing about that. So if you are a people who are controlled by, because the the term Cretan, to be a Cretan meant to be stupid and
yeah, it's the worst of the worst.
Yeah, the Greeks came up with that term and the Romans adopted it, and it made it sound like the Cretans were just these dumb, evil people. They were not dumb. They were very intelligent and they were strong. They were a naval power in a time when the naval powers were everything. And the Greeks were under their boot heel. I mean, the Minoans controlled that region. They absolutely did. So, I mean, I respectfully disagree, Kevin. I think that they were the predecessors to the Greeks. The Greeks got power.
I believe that they were, but the Dorians come much later. They're not subjected to. Mm-hmm. They're not in any way were they part of any kind of.
So the Cretans did not control
or anything to the Minoans. They come much later.
Are you saying the Cretans didn't control Greece?
No, I'm saying that the Dorians and the 4 tribes.
I mean, you keep talking about like 1 or 2 tribes. What I'm talking about is the Greek mainland was controlled by the Minoans for hundreds of years. That is the predecessor to the Greeks. There was no Greek. It was just the Minoans.
Well, it's just city-states, different tribes. Yeah.
Well, not necessarily, because Sparta wasn't even a city yet. And it's not even really a city. Well, it still is. It's a small little town.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That comes way after the Minoan control. Sparta and the hegemony of Athens, all the...
You just said the Minoan control. They had control.
They did have control. I'm saying the Dorians come after that. They weren't controlled by anybody.
Okay, where did the Dorians come from?
The Dorians were migrated from up north above Macedonia, and they split off at one point, and one part remained in what became Macedonia, and the other one went south and became what we know as Sparta.
I don't think that's correct.
That's exactly. Look at.
I thought it was Athens. Okay, so when the Dorians. Okay, so
just look over it's right there.
I don't think so.
I know this.
I don't believe that at all, because I think that was a Minoan. What do you call that?
I do know that the Minoans are descendants of Spartans are Minoans of.
Yeah, I do believe that, because I believe that was
Spartans are Dorians. Look it up. It's right, guys. Everyone
depends on who you talk to, because I don't believe that. What I believe is that because look at the shields that they used. It was a bull. Why did they put the bull on their shield? That was the symbol of the Minoan culture. That was the symbol of Crete, the Cretan bull. Why would they put that bull on there if that's not where they were from? I mean, that's where they were from, 100%.
Minoans controlled Greece for a long time. What we think it was Greece, but later the 4 city-states that came later, the 4 tribes that make up the city-states of Greece, the Aetolians, the Dorians, the Achaeans, and the Ionians. Those come that as what we think identify as in most of the stories come later. You know, and Dorians were not subjugated by anybody. You know, actually. Either in Greece or in Macedonia until much later, when their power ebbs, as all things do eventually.
Hey, Wolf.
Hey, by the way, hello everybody. Greetings, Josh and Richard and
what's up, Kev?
You guys. I don't think we were.
Hey, Wolf. Do you believe that the Statue of Liberty is the Colossus of Rhodes? Because I do.
Yeah, but I also believe it could be Lucifer.
It is. Yeah, it is.
There's no breast. There's nothing. It looks like a man.
Yeah,
it's a
man.
You guys
I'm sure you see the Jason and the Argonauts thing where they have the who was it? Harryhausen did the initial effects when they go through the Colossus of Rhodes, the ship, Jason and the ship. Did you guys ever see that?
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a man-maiden, and so is Lucifer. They don't tell you that very much, but if you study Alice Bailey, she goes on and says Lucifer was basically the first androgynous being.
Wow.
And she would know.
So she's a heavy. So here I got to make an apology to you. Here's what it says: Mycenaean, not Minoan. Sorry.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Mycenaean. My bad. I was thinking.
Actually, it's all here. We can rewind it.
Yeah, but the Minoans definitely held control of Greece for a long time, and they were
absolutely.
They were like lifted up. What is the word? Supplanted by the Mycenaeans. Yeah, and then the Mycenaeans were supplanted by the Dorians. But I still don't really believe that, because the reason I don't believe that is this. There's 2 reasons. I believe that there was a colony that was descended from the Minoans, and that's why they used that symbol of the bull on their shields.
Josh, you remember in the Iliad when Homer describes Agamemnon is a Mycenaean and his brother rules in Sparta.
Mm-hmm.
So we can find, I mean, if we acknowledge that there's a proven choice.
But the timeline would not work, though. The reason it doesn't work for me, and I've never believed in the Dorian theory, because first of all, there's no proof of it. I believe that the Macedonians were Dorian. That was it.
That's what I said.
I didn't disagree with that part. What I'm talking about is like, I don't believe that the Macedonian lineage went down to Sparta because they had no common language. They had nothing, because the Macedonians
they were exactly same language.
No, they were not, because when the Macedonians conquered Sparta, there was no brotherhood there at all.
If you look up right now anywhere and say we're the Spartans, the Dorians, or some
okay,
they'll say that.
Okay.
And the door, what happens?
You're missing what I said here. It is a timeline thing. It doesn't match up.
I didn't mention anything about a timeline. I just said that the
Dorians and that's the commonly held theory. But then you also have the Thracians, which if you look at the Macedonians and the Thracians, you're actually looking
they're
at
way over there.
That's
way
you're
looking at. They're not really Greek.
There.
Those are. Hold on, listen, man. God damn, dude, shit. You're talking about people who are not Greek. Okay, the Macedonians were never, ever, ever considered Greek by the Greeks. I'm telling you. You believe it or not?
We know this. They considered them bumpy. But they were saying like the Russians.
They were considered like a bunch of goofy rednecks.
The guy lived with his Macedonian, and he'll fight you if you call him Greek.
Greek, they're not considered Greeks. So the Dorian theory doesn't make sense, because what I believe happened was the Macedonians and the Thracians, that's who they became. I don't believe that they were the Spartans. I do not believe that.
You can see
because there wasn't even a common language between the Spartans and the Macedonians. There is no proof of that at all.
If you look at
that, is just someone who says, yeah, we believe that that's what they did. They went down there and they founded a city, blah, blah, blah.
If you look at any source, that any source you choose to, you'll see.
You just said that Agamemnon was Mycenaean.
I said that Homer said that Agamemnon was from Mycenae, and that his brother ruled in Sparta.
Okay, there it is right there. Day just says it too. I mean, you can look it up. I've done a ton of research on this. So have you, Kevin. So you and I need to have a debate one day and go into the truth, because the problem is this: you can't prove what you're saying. Neither can I. But I believe in my conviction on this, because that's
what your criteria for proof is.
But I do not believe that. I believe that what was this is what I believe. I believe the Spartans claimed that heritage because they claimed that they came from Hercules.
Okay, yes, that's true.
You can claim a lot of shit, don't make it true. I mean,
Alexander,
I can claim that I came from Beowulf myself. Doesn't make it true. Here is what I'm going to say, though. The Minoan culture had those places were at one time colonies. Every one of those cities. Argos, all of them. Sparta, all of them. Every one of them was basically a colony that they set up, and they had governors that controlled those regions. And what was Athens, Corinth, Thebes, every one of them was a city-state, and there was more than 4. There was like 6 of them that were very prominent.
When I say 4, I refer to the tribal groups that.
Well, yeah, there were 4 supposed bloodlines, but I believe the Dorians were the Thracians and the Macedonians, and I don't think they went any further than that. I don't. I believe that they claimed a heritage to try to create a what do you call that? Like I think it was a creation of Philip.
Well, Spartacus was a Thracian, but they're viewed as a separate people.
They're a separate
similar to the Greeks, but they're great warriors, are separate people. But Macedonians, very different language group. The Dorians stop in the mountains there. They split off. The one group goes south, becomes the Spartans. The other one stays there and becomes Macedonian. And all the texts, we'll talk about this when we get a chance, hopefully soon.
Well, here's what I can tell you right now. So somebody Okami makes a point. He says Alexander claimed to be a Spartan blood. I've never read that, but that would make sense that he would say that, because at one time they were the power in that region. But by the time Alexander had taken the throne from his dad Philip, the Spartans had their ass handed to them by the Thebans. The Thebans had annihilated them. The sacred band of
homosexuals. Homosexual lover.
They were homosexuals. And so Alexander he crushed them. He destroyed the Thebans. And then when they tried to rise up again, when they created the 12 Greek cities, there were 12
that rebellion.
The city league. When they created the city league, it was just a bunch of posturing because they were like, okay, we're scared, we can't really fight you, so we're going to say that you're the boss. But they were begrudgingly. And Sparta, who was very stubborn, we romanticize Sparta in ways we really shouldn't because they were kind of stupid in a lot of ways. They did a lot of stupid shit. And then they still, when Titus told them, hey, yield to the Roman Empire, no, we're going to, and then he goes, okay, tomorrow you'll be rubble. And then they were. And then there was nothing there for 1,000 years. So, yeah, there's bravery, then there's stupidity. And then, of course, they got bitch slapped by Macedonia, too, because Alexander marched on them and told them, I'm only going to give you this one chance. And they didn't want to listen after they'd already gotten their ass whooped by Thebans, which Alexander had just trampled out of history, literally.
I think it's a perfect example of every group, like every great fighter, every great people, they wax and wane, they have their time. And the Spartans' time was long over, before he fought Alexander or the Romans, before they fought Alexander.
Yeah, it was
the Romans.
They had no business. It's like an old boxer in the ring that had no business there. Then again, when you look at the wars that they fought, the Peloponnesian Wars, okay, with Athens.
Yeah.
They really didn't whoop Athens' ass.
Was it like 30 years, I think that took, wasn't it?
Yeah, it wasn't. It was only because they had really good wall, But the Athenians looked at them as like a bunch of backwoods hillbillies too. They were just like these people are
the snobs of Greece.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, I got to go. I want to say congratulations on the great program. Thank you for having me here, letting me join in.
Of course, Kevin.
I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to listen to you more, bro. I got here late. Dick Richards, maybe we can talk at some point.
Good to see you, Kev.
And Josh, you and I are definitely overdue. And let's talk about that vampire book and keep your third item for next email coming to you. God bless you. Good night to all of you.
I'll see you, Kevin. All right. Have a good night.
Kev. Good night.
Yeah. And so what I believe happened with, and I have my own theories about this, and I've studied this. And one of the things I believe is the Dorian culture, which I believe was Germanic. That's what I believe. They were blonde hair, blue-eyed people. They came from the north. I believe that. And they just settled in that region. They were a Northern European people, Central Northern European people. And they became those people. They just became what we know as the Macedonians. The Spartans were never described as blonde hair and blue-eyed. So to say that they were the same people as the Macedonians and the Thracians, the Macedonian and Thracians were blonde hair, blue-eyed people. The Northern Italians, same thing. They were the original Romans, the Latin people. They were blonde hair and blue-eyed. And then they over the centuries of just, of all these different invasions and mixing of culture, they became something else. When you stop and you look at who these people were, I 100% do not believe that the Spartans were the same people as the Macedonians. And I don't care what these scholars say. I think that this is their way of trying to fit a square peg into a round hole, whatever.
It's all lies.
Yeah, I don't believe it.
I don't believe any of it.
Yeah.
I believe that Alexander the Great was a descendant of Zeus and that he was a mighty man of old and that his army was an army of giants. So what do I know?
I don't believe that. I don't believe that.
You know that there was giant armor found at every single one of Alexander the Great's battlefields. And do you know how big and strong you have to be to wield a 21-foot sarissa? With a pole like a weaver's beam? But that's my belief.
You have to be pretty strong to hold.
See, here it says right here. It says here, and it's another AI overview. It says, "Are Dorians Spartans?" And it says, yes, Spartans were Dorians. They were part of the Dorian Greek dialect group and considered themselves to be part of the wider Greek world, although other Greeks viewed them as different. Okay. That's my point right there. There was too many differences between them. I don't believe that the Spartans came from that same culture, and they weren't of the Ionians either. My theory is this, and this is why I believe this is where it gets kind of into the paranormal. I believe what you're talking about, Dick, is that they came from a different bloodline. They do believe that they were the descendants of Zeus, and they believe that they were of the Herculean bloodline. But were they really? Who knows? But
I believe they were.
Yeah, and that is the thing. The Dorian identity, it's linked to the foundation of myth and warlike culture. That's what that says on the deal, right? Okay, so they claim a particular bloodline, but their language was not the same as the Macedonians or the Thracians, which was a Dorian descended language. I believe it was a different culture. I do not believe that. And one of the things that I think is very telling is that they had no real connection to any of the other city states. They did not. They didn't have allies. They didn't really, and everybody looked at the Spartans as a bunch of assholes. I mean, I'm not joking. And ultimately, what led to their demise was their just refusal to just be told what to do in the face of death. Of course, we saw that was a good thing in the 300 where they fought against, and I appreciate that, where they fought against the Persians. But later it proved to be like just a stupidity. How many times you got to get your ass kicked? They got their ass kicked.
Yeah, the Spartans were definitely a bunch of assholes.
They were
eventually defeated by the Thebans.
Yeah, the Thebans defeated them.
And it was a mix between the Athenians and slaves.
They never talk about the fifth. Sorry, go on, buddy.
No, I was just saying that the Athenians and slaves are the ones that defeated the Spartans, and from there it was just the beginning of the end for them. They never.
And I believe that the Mycenaeans, I was saying Minoans, but the Minoans held control over the Greek Peloponnesian area for a long time, but then it was the Mycenaeans. Now Agamemnon being a Mycenaean, and he's the king of Sparta. How is it that he's a Mycenaean, but then he's also a Dorian? I don't believe that. I think Homer was right. I don't think he was a stupid person. I'm not trying to get all, Kevin's smart, but what he's doing is he's reading like straight history, saying this is Agamemnon. I don't believe that those histories are correct.
Agamemnon was way back. That's
because they didn't even that was a matter of
was like during the battle with Asia Minor.
Trojan War. Troy was in Asia Minor, and of course,
so that's
Schliemann was the one that found that actually existed. I mean, he was there,
and they did find. You guys know that, right? They found
Troy.
Yeah.
Troy. I mean, it was
Schliemann. Yep, you found him.
The German archaeologist. He found it. He proved it. It was real, and so. I mean, there was a doubt there, but he also found like several layers that were there that came from the same city that came, after, and a couple before. But he found the layer where it was, the layer.
And everything buried under mud.
Under mud. Yeah, you're right. Well, because they built over it. I don't totally believe that there was a mudslide. Okay, I know you're getting it.
Oh, there was. I completely believe that.
You keep believing that. I believe a different theory on that.
I'm so glad they found it, though.
I think that the timeline saying that it happened during the time of the Civil War is the most asinine bullshit I've ever heard in my life.
I think one of them did. I think there were many.
I'll tell you why, because my grandfather's grandfather was in the Civil War, and I don't believe that my grandfather was telling me bullshit from his grandfather. So we were raised, if you were raised up in the South like I was, you would look at the Civil War in a different way. You would know that it really happened because there was so much hatred and animosity toward the North. My grandfather was like Yankee son of a bitch this and Yankee son of a bitch that. Like he wasn't really a truly racist person. Like they always try to paint him out. Oh, they're racist. He had a real problem with the carpetbagger culture and the Yankees. He didn't like the snowbirds coming down here. Big time had a problem with them. And so that's not, people from other places can say, well, it happened because there's that, blah, blah, blah. But if you're from the South, I know there's a Civil War cemetery right over there behind where we used to work. So, I mean, the Civil War was not the way it is everywhere else, where it's just like cut and dry, blah, blah, blah. No, it was federal government control. And I think the worst thing that could have ever happened was Lincoln being killed after the war. That was a terrible, terrible thing for the South. Terrible. People don't realize. They don't know what that means. This is why we got to have a history channel where we could just, we could bring somebody like Kevin on that's real passionate about the straight line of history. And I can tell him, no, I don't believe that. And I'll tell you why. And then we can bring Dick on to throw in his weird ass radical bullshit stuff that people know isn't true. Right? Yeah, we can bring your bullshit on. And then
hey, I got a wrench for your gears, pal, every single time.
Yeah, everybody has their opinion. Everybody has their opinion.
I'm not saying the Civil War didn't happen. I'm saying that a lot of stuff.
Yeah, you are, because you're saying that this dumb mudslide, the Dookie slide, happened during the Civil War.
The Dookie slide.
All I know is that
in the 1860s, the mudslide happened and a bunch of shit. Really? So my grandfather's grandfather was full of shit.
I didn't say that. I did not say that at all. All I know is that
grandfather's dad wouldn't have lied about that. He was in the Civil War. He lost his freaking arm.
All I know is that the town that I come from, in the Freemasonic book about the history of my town, says that it was destroyed by a mud flood and that the entire area was destroyed and buried in mud in 1864.
Probably because y'all were a bunch of godless heathens.
Huh. Is that up in Canada?
When we dug down to do the foundations at the house that I was raised in, they kept going and kept going and kept going.
Look, poor Richard. Look, calm down. All right.
And I'm just simply arguing my point.
Are you telling me that they went and they looked it up and they found out that in 1864 all of your ancestors were covered in mud? Is what you're telling me?
That the entire area that I live in here in Canada was completely buried in mud. Yeah.
Okay.
The biggest.
So Richard. So everything that my great grandfather told. And this is, I grew up with my great grandfather's brothers. They lived to be in their 90s. They were old men. Because farm living back then, you didn't have the GMOs. People could live a long time. Everybody's like, we're living longer now. Out in the country, they were already living longer. They were living to be 90s, whatever. My one uncle died at 91. The other one, great uncle, died in 88, in his 88th year of life. So you got to think about this. Their brother, though, my great grandfather died when he was like in his 70s, but he didn't really take care of himself like he should have. But the thing is, their dad, and I grew up listening to them, he was in the Civil War, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when you stop and you look at what was going on in the 1860s, you're telling me that was bullshit? That he was just making up stories along with all the other people that were still around?
And it might not have been in that area. It might not have been in that area. All I know is that all the old buildings in my area have doors and windows that are bricked into the ground, half doors, half windows that have the level of the thing have been raised up. And in the city that's closest to us, the entire main street is one humongous building that goes about 6 floors underground. They call it the catacombs. And you can walk from one side to the other. And another city right beside that has this a documentary made about it called Underground Aurelia, and where these people go through and go down and go way down and way down and way down and way down under the ground into all of these about 3/4 buried buildings. So I don't know what the hell happened. I wasn't there, but all I know is that something happened, some huge cataclysm, and that it buried a lot of these buildings that are in this area. Because even in my town, the house that I grew up in was half buried.
I believe. Okay, here's what I say to you, Richard, and here's my response. I believe that happened. I believe what you're saying. I don't believe the timeline. I do not. I don't think that happened during the Civil War. 2 major wars were happening at that time, and they ran parallel to one another. It was the Franco-Prussian War, right? And then, of course, the Prussians, after they had defeated the Austrians, they used the needle gun, the Prussian needle gun, which was very innovative. Then they consolidated the Germanic nations. Prussia did that, creating
the Napoleon battles.
No. The Prussians did that, and they consolidated the German empire into what we know.
Would have been Napoleon III at that time, 1860s.
Yeah, would have been 1860s. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And so then they fought a war against France for control of the continent, right? And so that is what was going on in Europe, and it's very well documented. Now, I have a friend, he's my age, right? His great-grandfather, he's Prussian. He lives in California. He's a security professional like me. His great-grandfather told him the stories of that war, right?
Interesting.
Okay. So his great-grandfather's dad was there, right? My great-grandfather's dad was there. So how are you to say, hey, this didn't happen? Because at that time the mud was flooding everything. I don't believe that. I believe it happened. I don't think it happened at that time. I think it happened much earlier.
Maybe.
Now, to go into what Guy Anderson says, he didn't believe that Napoleon was real.
He didn't
What do
believe
you
Napoleon was real?
Guy Anderson said that on my show. He didn't believe it.
Oh.
He thought he was a created fictional character.
I don't think Guy Anderson is real.
I'm not gonna go there.
I mean, I like Guy, but I think he's on the right track. But I don't believe everything he says.
Yeah.
I like a lot of people's work, but I don't believe everything they say, and I don't have to agree with everything that everybody says.
If the Mandela effect is changing our historical timelines, then how the F do we know what's real and what isn't real?
That is true, because there are some things now that are just absolutely not the way they were.
Absolutely.
So the timelines could be completely jacked around too. There's another thing.
Yeah.
Because history, here's a weird thing. Like when Anthony was in high school and I helped him with his history, and he was writing a paper on, I can't remember who you were writing a paper on. It was a historical figure. He's doing something on his phone. But it was, we talked about some certain things, and it was like very, I mean, like 100% matter of fact things that don't change. And his teacher was just that stupid to go, well, that's not correct. And some of it they were wrong about. And that guy argued with me that I said, well, look, I helped him. I didn't write it for him, but I helped him with it. And same thing happened with his younger brother when I helped him with his work in history. And the teachers were wrong. But the teachers were assuring me that they remembered it differently. And I said, well, maybe your timeline's not my timeline. And one of the teachers laughs about it. Well, I don't know how that could be, because I'm not going to get into it. The water's over your head. It's too deep for you. I'm a college-educated person. I'm like, you're a college-educated person. That's the problem.
Rockefeller educated
programmed NPC.
Exactly.
Yeah, there's no inner monologue.
Not too long ago, I had the privilege of visiting Napoleon's tomb. It was a fucking beautiful place. Did you guys know that in Napoleon's tomb, it was Hitler that built his Napoleon's son's tomb right next to him?
Yep.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, he beautified that place. He made it beautiful.
Yep, he did a lot of things for Europe.
I did not know that at all.
He loved him. Like he literally, like, he respected that guy as a tactician.
He was an amazing tactician, which Hitler was not. One of the things too, though, Frederick the Great, he was a very brilliant tactician too. There were some amazing Germanic.
The Battle of Rossbach is the greatest battle. Is my favorite battle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Austerlitz is a pretty damn epic one too. When you look up Austerlitz, I mean, there's a lot of them. There's a lot of battles that were just like overwhelmingly.
If you guys ever get a chance to look at that Napoleon's tomb, you're gonna see a lot of really good shit right there. And make no mistake, that tomb, the area that surrounds that, it was built by the Germans. And it's very, very fucking beautiful. Hitler really liked Napoleon.
Yeah, and if we can, let's just keep the F-bombs down a little bit there, Buddha.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
That's all right. And says, Jakey says Napoleon was Europe's last and final attempt to regain sovereignty and remove the user that had intimidated. Yeah, he was at odds with the Rothschilds. You know, the British did a lot of stupid things. They got in bed with the Rothschilds initially to defeat Napoleon. They gave them the money to defeat Napoleon. You can look it up. I'm telling you, that's what happened. So when he got into bed when the British got into bed with the Rothschilds, that was the beginning of the end. Then they went further in during World War I. Look up all of this, the Balfour Declaration, everything. Look at Benjamin Friedman's letter. He was Jewish, and he warned everybody what was happening, what was about to happen. And then in World War II, it was the dagger to the heart. you weren't going to win no matter who won. That was the problem. Because once the deck is stacked to that point, we're all doomed, you know.
Well, in World War II, what was it? It was Christians killing Christians.
It was, and it was communism, fascism, and capitalism. One of the pigs was going to win.
Exactly.
And it was just there was no winning at that point, because what they do is they stack the deck, and then there's no winning. You're in a casino where you can't win. You're just throwing your money, and eventually it's a slow march to death. And then there's a reset, whether it's good or bad. It could be this mud flood that everybody talks about. I don't doubt that there was a mud flood. What I doubt is the timing. I absolutely 100,000% do not believe it was in the 1860s, because
I get it.
I believe the Civil War really happened. You know, reason I believe is because I'm from the South and I grew up hearing about it every freaking day of my life, like it had just happened. Like literally, my grandfather's generation and my great grandfather's generation, they were still pissed. They grew up under the boot heel of the federal government, telling them what to do, what they can and can't say. And they bred resentment in these people against the blacks. They bred that in them by putting them over them. So then when they got the control back, what did they do? They took it the other way, and the pendulum swung and that is a recipe for a racism that will never go away. That is a recipe for warfare, internal, external, in every sense of the word. These people know exactly, divide and conquer. They know exactly what buttons to push, what to say, what to do. And what they do is they play one side by giving them more than the other. And then the other side becomes angry and bitter and jealous. It goes, they have more than me. Why? Is it because I'm white? Why? Is it because I'm black? Why? Is it because of this? Is it because I'm a woman? Is it because he's a man? And then they go swing back to the other side. And then they just keep the scales doing this. That's what happens.
In your opinion, do you think General Lee called it quits a little bit too early?
What are you talking about?
Just surrendered a little bit too early
in the Civil War?
Yeah.
No, because I believe that Gettysburg was the decisive, that was the death blow. And I don't believe it was about slavery. And this is probably not a popular opinion, and I don't give a shit. It's the truth. And I'm not a racist person at all. I don't believe it was about slavery.
It was about states' rights and the tariffs that happened.
It was about states' rights versus federal rights, because slavery was going to collapse in of itself. There was no sustaining it. You can't build an economy on people who are in servitude.
The Civil War was a tariffs war. The tariffs that were put on in the 1840s.
Yeah, and
they don't teach you that.
Yeah, if you stop and you look at, though, it was the consolidation of power of the federal government. And after the war, I think Lincoln's job was him wanting to stop slavery. I don't think Lincoln was a bad guy. I think Lincoln was used because of his altruism. I used to dislike him, and I thought this guy was a part of it. I don't believe that now. I think he was murdered before he could do what he needed to do, which was heal the country. And literally, they went and they raped the South in every form,
was this guy,
physically. They just absolutely laid down on the South, and they did what they did, and it created a schism that is still there to this day. It doesn't go away. That was the whole point. And then taking land that was not theirs and redistributing it to their pals and taking over. And a lot of people who became very wealthy landowners at that time were not normal American Christian people. They were carpetbaggers, and they took over, and they were people who were given land grants, and it was a damn free-for-all, and the Southerners were starving. Look at the Civil War. And if you are a Southern white person, right, the world burns and turns upside down overnight, and then you are now under the boot heel of those that you had under your control. Right or wrong, you are going to view the world in a very pissed off and very, very, how would you say it? Like angry, what is the word?
Misanthropic.
Yeah, that's one way to look at it. The world is upside down now for you, and you are disenfranchised, disillusioned, disgruntled, everything you could possibly think of. And then to make it worse, they overkill with the people that are supposedly these horrible, mistreated people. I say supposedly because not all of them were, but some of them were. They did not give the same rights to the people who worked in the houses as they did to the people that worked in the fields, creating another schism, because the people in the houses were actually treated a little better and they were given education and even were interbred with, whereas the ones in the field were very ignorant. They didn't have education. They were not given certain things. So they said overnight, here, we're going to give you 40 acres and a mule. What that was this. That was people in Washington giving their buddies money, land, and kickbacks, because the carpetbaggers showed up. And as soon as those people were standing in line and signing their name with an X because they couldn't read or write, the carpetbaggers were standing right there with their little carpet bag. And they were like, hey, buddy, you just got 40 acres and a mule. How about I give you 5 shiny nickels for that? This guy's like, well, what can I get with that? Well, instead of this useless land that you can't do nothing with, blah, 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 and having to wait months to get your mule, why don't you just give it to me? And you could go to that saloon and you can gamble and you can get you a nice woman and you can do some whatever and blah, 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 blah. And then, okay, gee, that sounds like a good deal. And they're just collecting contracts. Now, if this system was fair and it was supposed to be correct and actually give these people what they were supposed to get for being slaves, you wouldn't let them stand there and do that. But they did. And not only that, but they were protected because the Southerners tried to shoot them dead, but last, they didn't have the guns. And so whenever they rose up to try to stop these people from taking what was formerly theirs, the Yankees, the federal government, whatever, and the newly freed slaves that were put into blue uniforms and handed a gun with a bayonet, they killed them.
Do you think the pickets charge was the determining factor, or should they have kept on going?
What are you talking about?
The South, the pickets charge.
Well, yeah, I mean that's the battle. What I'm talking about is the after effects.
Yeah. I'm changing gears on you. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay. Well, so what happened was they're sitting there saying, "Look, this is okay. We're just going to let this happen, and we're going to stick it in your face, and we're going to rub manure in your eyes, and you're going to eat it, and you're going to like it." And of course, nobody's going to go with that. So then nobody's happy because then these newly freed slaves who were victimized over and over again, just the truth. They gave that what was theirs, they gave it away. And now they're broke and they're roaming around and they don't have anything because they didn't know what the hell they had. It was a shell game all along. And Lincoln was determined to not allow that to happen. And that's why they killed him. So whenever you look at this, the federal government wins again. The Rothschilds consolidated their power in Europe, and they did it again in North America. They didn't have as much power and sway on the North American continent. They wanted it. They had it in Europe. They had it in Madrid. They had it in Berlin. They had it in London, right? They had all of this power in Rome, all these European cities where they had taken over. But they didn't have it in North America until after the Civil War. They had to play the long game to get it. But once they got it, oh man, the resources, everything. I mean, look at the Titanic. Every one of those people that was killed on the Titanic, they were Goyim. Yeah. If you don't know what that word means, look it up. According to the Talmud, we are Goyim. We are cattle. We are animals. We are no better than
Sometimes you got to thin the herd.
In the herd. Yeah, here we go. And so if anybody thinks I'm just being a big meanie head and whatever, go take a look and read what the Talmud says about us Goyim. It's real easy to point the finger at the Muslims. I mean, it's right there, as you can just see the ignorance and the ridiculousness. But it's a little harder to try to sniff out who is the one behind the power. The man behind the curtain. That's the one you got to watch out for. The Kissingers.
Why were slave auctions held on Sunday mornings when everybody was at church?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I'll go no further.
There is a lot of things that people don't know and then don't understand. I spent my life filling my mind with the truth and what is real and the real reality. And it takes you to places. Sometimes it takes you off planet and you may think, man, I'm crazy. I'm out of my mind. No, because God always brings you right back to where you need to be so that you can learn. If your time is up, your time is up. I mean, you'll know it. But as long as I got breath in my lungs, I'm going to speak it. I'm going to tell the truth. And it may only be 300 people. It may be 3,000, maybe 30,000, maybe 30 100,000. I don't care. But the truth is the truth, and there's nothing they can do to hide it anymore. There is an awakening happening, a noticing of who's pulling the strings. And everybody's like, oh, this is horrible. We got to stop it. No, thank you, Zionist Christian dumb shit. They can't pull their head out of their ass and realize who is the culprit. Keep pushing that narrative that they've given to you over the last 100 years, which is a false narrative.
Which is why they got to thin out the Hoid.
Yeah, people like us are the actual inheritors of the kingdom of Christ. They don't even believe in Christ. So why would you call them your brothers? Oh, well, God's going to give them a second chance. Where does it say that in the scripture? Where does any of this shit is said anywhere? Okay,
that was a covenant with Abraham to protect Abraham's line up until Christ, and he said that the covenant was fulfilled with the birth of Christ. Read the dang Bible, people.
Yep, and there's Astor was one of them that was killed. So was was it J.P. Morgan? Who all was killed on the Titanic? You can look it up. There's a list of these people. And this was after World War or the Civil War. When you look at what preceded the Civil or was post Civil War, pre Civil War, both, why it happened and how it happened, right? Look up World War II, why it happened and how it happened. The same shit was going on. People were taking wheelbarrows of money to try to buy a loaf of bread because inflation was out of control. The Weimar Republic was corrupt. And people were lucky to be able to prostitute themselves and make money for food. And you had a group of people who had all the money and had everything. And then you stop and you look at the truth of what happened. Look at the bombing of Dresden. All of these things went on. These are real events that happened. What I don't like about the mud flood theory and about the 1860s thing is that they want to take that and say, well, that's what actually was going on. Civil War didn't happen. Well, they don't want it to happen because then there's an uncomfortable truth there that has to be dealt with.
Oh, it happened.
What really happened?
But they reset the South. Like if you look up at the city of Atlanta, they tried to say that the city of Atlanta was founded 20 years or 20 whatever years before it was burnt in the Civil War. And they tried to say, look it up on Wikipedia. Look it up on Wikipedia, the history of the city of Atlanta before it was destroyed in the Civil War. Says 28 people in 2 cabins built the city of Atlanta that Sherman destroyed. And then look at a picture of the city of Atlanta before Sherman destroyed it and tell me 28 people.
You're telling me that the city of it says that on Wikipedia that the city of Atlanta.
Yeah, look it up. Look it up. Or at least it did.
Let me look that up because I have never heard of that. Georgia. I remember Augusta being the capital of Georgia. I also remember Savannah being the capital of Georgia. Ain't that weird? I never remember it being Atlanta ever because
sorry?
I just remember because when Sherman destroyed Atlanta, it was never the capital. I mean, it wasn't the capital. It was just the biggest city of commerce in that region.
Do you think it's a coincidence that they all went to the generals on both sides went to the same military college and then the same Freemason hall? And then all of a sudden they split up.
And they all went to the same to West Point.
Yeah, exactly. And they were all best buddies. And then all of a sudden one goes one way and one goes the other. Do you not think they were in cahoots?
I don't think they were in cahoots because the reason I don't is because West Point was the premier school where they were trained. But Civil War, having seen Civil War, I know what happens. It really is. You're killing your own people. And it's always brutal. And I've interviewed tons of people from the Guatemalan Civil War, people from the Sudanese Civil War, the Lebanese Civil War. I worked with a bunch of people from Lebanon, and their people. I mean, they kill the shit out of each other, dude. People that were once friends. So that's why I do believe that's what happened.
I knew a guy that was in the Rwanda Civil War and then then fought in the Congo for a bunch of years. And my buddy Mario was in the Yugoslavian Civil War from the day it started to the day it ended and fought in literally every major theater of action in that entire war on both sides.
So it says here, for thousands of years prior to the arrival of European settlers in North Georgia, the indigenous Creek people, Cherokee people, and the ancestors inhabited the area. Standing Peach Tree, a creek roots.
Sorry, I can't hear because of the fan in the background here.
Okay, it says here, the 1802,
During
1820,
the
people versus the 1821,
Rwanda
over
Civil War, the American Green Berets were there.
1837, about the feature of the little village. Stephen Harriman Long was a railroad chief engineer, the blacksmith. 1842, the town had 6 buildings and 30 residents and was renamed Marthasville.
There you go. 6 buildings. I said
Wilson
2.
Lumpkins, blah, blah, blah. But apparently the railroad changed it.
And in 20 years, they built all those effing Greco-Roman buildings with the huge marble pillars. My ass, bro.
No, dude. No, not at all. No, that is not what happened. I know this, that a railroad or a link to different cities can actually enhance and change the scape of things, the landscape.
True.
Because after World War II, when the railroads were built from Moscow, the east opened up to the west in Russia through railroads. And a lot of towns that were just small little whatever blew up. Here's the thing. It says here that there were only 30 built, blah, blah, blah. But if that was the case, Dick, now from your perspective, do you think that they would actually put that on Wikipedia and people would have to go and see it?
If they would what? Sorry?
Why would they put that on Wikipedia if that's what you're saying happened? That it was a false narrative. Don't you think people are going to look at that and not agree if they believe like you?
Oh, absolutely. 100%.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, anyways, it blew up, but you know that the city was not a humongous big old whatever when Sherman made his way through there. It was
just
a
look
railroad.
at the picture. Just look at the pictures. There's no way 30 people. There's no way 30 people built that in 20 years.
20 years, yeah, you can do a lot in 20 years. 20 years is not. I mean,
I respectfully disagree.
Austin has like quadrupled in size in 20 years. I mean, how are you going to tell me that can't happen? And it was called Terminus, and that was the railroad terminal, right? So it became a railroad depot. It was and that's where everything was put, right there. So in 1864, it says the Union Army moved southward following the capture of Chattanooga and began an invasion of North Georgia. They burned Atlanta to the ground. Everything you see now was rebuilt. Those buildings were not there.
But look at the pictures of the 1860s Atlanta and tell me
that's bullshit, because that's not how it looked. They didn't build all that prior to. No, it was a bunch of wooden buildings, and for the most part, it was a depot, a railroad depot.
It was a bunch of marble it was a bunch of like marble buildings and shit like that.
No, because Austin was the same way. All of the architecture and everything else. Austin was burned by the Comanches, right? In the 1870s, the downtown was completely destroyed. The Comanches lit it on fire, and they rebuilt it. Dude, they rebuilt Germany in 20 years. Dude, Germany was reduced to rubble and ash, and they rebuilt it. By the 60s, it was already raised back up. This was post-war.
Using modern machinery.
Took 40 years. No, why would that be so hard to achieve?
Okay, so let me read this thing that I pulled up. Maybe it'll help. It says between 1837 and 1850, Terminus grew rapidly from a small settlement around the railroad terminus into a booming town. Key factors contributing to its growth included arrival of the Georgia Railroad freight and passenger trains from Augusta in 1845, stimulating business and travel, additional railroad connections by the Macon and Western Line in 1846, linking the town to Macon and Savannah. Population growth from about 30 in the early 1840s to around 2,500 by 1847. So in 7 years, the population went from 30 people to 2,500. So I mean, it's not out of the realm of possibility that like in 20 years, you can build a whole city with that many people.
Just study some pictures of 1860s Atlanta, and I don't know. You'll see where my query comes in. You'll see why I find it hard to believe.
Yeah, and a lot of people moved into Atlanta after the war because a lot of people poured in there to build it, to rebuild it. Reconstruction.
Maybe.
Reconstruction was a 20 to, well, it was in some places 20 years, some places 40 years, but they had to rebuild it. Yeah. Like I said, I'm not doubting that there was a mud flood. I don't believe your timeline.
I believe that all wars are also great resets as well, though. With the old and with the new.
That should go without saying right
Yeah.
there. I mean, the Mesopotamian reset was the Iraq War. Look at 2003. Look at what happened.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, I'm not arguing the fact that, just like with Kevin, I think it's just a matter of opinion when it comes down to certain history. I don't believe that, like, just like what Kevin was saying, that the Dorians and the Ionians, I think that they were all the same people, but they just branched off into different regions, because there's no way to prove any of that. There isn't. How are you going to prove it? The only thing I think is that when you stop and look at the Spartans, he says they were the Dorians. But then if that's the case, then why does Homer refer? He answered his own question. I think he did. I think when he said that you know, Agamemnon was a Messenian. I think that the Messenians, I think that they were the colonists of the Minoans. And I think, you know who, and this is where it gets weird. This is why it's Paranormal Roundtable. But do you know who I think the Minoans are descended from? Atlantis.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, I believe that.
We're talking about the city of
I believe
Atlanta.
that.
We're talking about Atlanta, right? Listen, Atlanta.
Yeah.
I think symbolically burning Atlanta, the federal government burning Atlanta.
Yeah, sure.
Atlantis was where
I'll
the
buy that.
knowledge ended up by the pharaoh of Memphis. I believe that was the written remnants of Atlantis ended up in the Library of Memphis, later becoming the Library of Alexandria.
In what vicinity, Atlantis, are you referring to? That
what vicinity? Atlantis was taken out to sea. I think it was in Bimini, but that's my opinion. I mean, I can't prove it because they have roads and all.
None of us can.
I think Edgar Casey was correct when he said what he said. I think it's very simple things. I don't think this is a hard puzzle. I think when I was a kid, we would be given these little wooden puzzles. You know, my mother worked at this big grocery store, and they had these little puzzles and little stocking stuffers. I love those, and I sit there and play with them all the time. And I had a mind for those things, and my sisters would struggle with them, and I would just fix them for them real quickly and show them, look, do it like this, and then they would be able to figure it out. It's like, my sister was like, it's very simple. And I told her it's the overthinking. The overthinking. That's what makes you stumble. So when you start thinking, I think our gut reaction, we talked about that last night on the show. There was a woman named, I can't remember if it's Geisha or Geisha, but Gia, she had a story about a vampire. I think that's what it was. New Orleans. And I told her, I said, when you go with your first instinct, a lot of times it's correct. It's not always, but a lot of times that's what it is. And people overthink it and think it's Chinese arithmetic. It's not. Mm-hmm. I don't believe certain things are the way because the Minoans and the Messenians, I believe that they are the same people. That's why their names are so similar. And I got confused, and I was wrong about, you know, there's two different things there, but they still are the same people. But I think it had to be a destruction of the old, because I think that the Minoans had the remnants of Atlanta. They fell away, of course, and they became very pagan. But the Atlanteans, I believe it was always symbolic. You build that city to destroy it. Does it make sense? Even Karl Marx himself. Listen to what I'm going to tell you.
You have to ask, like, what vicinity, what area are you talking about when it comes to Atlantis?
What do you mean? What area? What are you talking about?
No, like you have to.
I just said Bimini, off the coast of Florida. That's where Bimini's at. Look, what I'm going to. That's where I believe it was. But a lot of people believe it was closer to the Pillars of Hercules. But that's their opinion. They can believe what they want. I've heard it be called Gibraltar, different places, but I think it was further away. And I think that there was a connection there. And I think that Tesla, the Tesla, you know, I think he had the right idea, that there were pillars, places around the world that gave free energy. It wasn't some big hard thing.
What are your thoughts about it in Northern Africa, Atlantis?
I don't think that's where it was at. But here, that's my opinion, though. It's like buttholes. Everybody's got one. But here's the thing. When you're talking about, and I just lost my train of thought from earlier, what were we talking about? And I wanted to close with this.
Messenians.
Yeah, when the oh damn it,
You mentioned the Mycenaean.
Talking about the how they're originally from Atlantis.
yeah. But what I think though, and this is what I believe, and I believe that this history is just distorted, and I think that they use it and exploit it, and then people like me and Richard who actually agree, but we're just disagreeing on a timeline. But the timelines are skewed. And there was something I wanted to say though. Ah, damn it. I'll go back and watch the show and then I'll remember and it'll be too late.
It's all good, bro.
Mm.
You ever heard of the term Younger Dryas?
The Younger Dryas, yeah.
Do you think the Atlantis was during or before?
I think it was probably maybe, yeah, that's a good question. I don't know. What do you think, Dick? Do you think it was during or after the Younger Dryas?
I'm going to go with during.
I'm going to say it was during.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with during because we're smack dabbing at like around 9,000 years ago. No, actually 12 years.
I have my own theory about Atlantis as well.
12,000 years ago.
Sean says Wolf's Alzheimer's is kicking in. Yeah, I guess so. But then when they create a virus that gives everybody a bunch of bullshit, and your mind is. Can you imagine what would have happened if they hadn't done that? Because it definitely slowed my mind down, but not totally, but it did. Definitely, I feel it.
Yeah, and then they fry your brain with Wi-Fi and certain amount of G's and all sorts of quantum scalar waves, and yeah, that'll have an effect on people. I know the brain fog is worse than ever.
Yeah, and then they corrupt the smart people, so you can't remember shit.
Do you think Jericho was the first, or just the starter of a city?
Jericho?
Yeah.
What do you mean, Jericho? What are you talking about?
Do you think that's the first city that actually became born, as people are saying, or do you think it's just a rejuvenation of people restarting civilization?
I'm not understanding what you're saying.
Do you think there's Jericho is just a?
What is Jericho? What are you talking about? From the walls of Jericho? I mean, what are you talking about?
Jericho. You ever heard Jericho?
Yeah, from the Bible. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, it's been discovered.
Well, biblical scholars will call Jericho as the first actual city, but I think that Sumer was the first mega city in that area.
I think Göbekli Tepe would be.
Yeah.
I mean, people from the Bible, they like to just. I mean, and I'm not saying they're wrong, but the creationists are just. They will take things and stretch it out to be something that's not. I mean, just so they can make it fit. And there was a very famous guy. I forgot his name now, but he was famous for that. Just constantly. I found an artifact I found the shofar horn. It's like, oh yeah, okay, sure you did.
They discovered Jericho, and they're implying.
Tolstoy says
the mainstream. Let's just call it the mainstream.
Yeah, and the mainstream is run by who? The people who.
Yeah, let's just call it the mainstream.
Yeah,
but they discovered.
I don't believe anything they say. They're full of shit. They lie
about Ron White or whatever.
Ryan Wyatt. There you go. That
the guy that found the Noah's Ark and the Ark of the Covenant
9,000 years ago.
Yeah.
Anyways, folks, I got to run. I lost my train of thought, but that's thank you for tuning in and stopping in. I got to go, man. I really got to run. But Dick, hey, thank you for showing up, man. Food for thought always. Great conversation.
Yeah, I love debating these things with you, bro.
Yeah, no hard feelings. You're wrong.
No, never.
I'm gonna land my ship too. Thank you so much for having me on board, brother.
Okay, I'll see you.
So much. Right. Thank you so much, brother.
Thank you for having me on, man.
So, Cooley, thank you. So you are in the hospital right now?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh no, I'm not in the hospital. I'm at home.
Sorry, who was that? That was
Lawrence Cowley.
Lawrence Cowley, my guys. I'm sorry. See that? I'm like my old timers is kicking in there big time. I don't know. I had something I was going to say and I lost my train of thought. So I just whatever. It's not. It is what it is. But I was going to bring it together and try to explain it. But now I can't even remember what the heck I was saying.
And you know you'll remember like 15 minutes after you get off, right?
I'll be at the gym tonight, you know.
Yeah.
Probably when I do my legs. When you do your legs is when like that the pain is so bad. You just like you start thinking, oh, I remember that. Because you want to think of anything with the pain.
Yeah, all the power comes from the legs, man.
Well, yeah, you actually have a second heart in your calves.
Yeah, absolutely.
I have very muscular calves, and that's a good thing. So, yeah, what I'll remember it, and I'll message you later, and maybe we can talk.
All
about
right,
it.
sounds good.
But I don't disagree with the mud flood thing. I just don't agree with the timeline.
And you could very well be right. I believe they happen. I believe they've happened many, many times.
Oh, dude, the resets happen constantly. I mean, that's the thing. And I believe that like I was saying about the Minoans, they were connected to Atlantis. They were their trade partners, and I believe that they had control over the Peloponnesian region. Because think about this: why would a people come out of nowhere, just out of nowhere, and just go and just settle into that region? What, there weren't people there already? Yeah, there were people there already, and then they just came and they said, "Yeah, the Dorians settled it." That's saying that there was nobody there. When the Iliad was written, you know, Homer was referring to Agamemnon as a Messenian and saying that they were the Messenian people. But then you have somebody saying, no, they were Dorian people. That's two different people. They're not the same people. The Messenians were the descendants of the Minoans, you know, and I think they were colonists myself. But then later the Dorians settled Sparta. How is that? Because the Dorians, I do believe, were connected to Dacia, Thracia, and Macedonia. I don't believe that they were the Spartans. I know that that's real popular opinion to go and say that, but you're basically saying that there was nobody there before that, when we absolutely know that there was.
My history teacher also told me that there was nobody in Germany at the time, other than those few Germanic tribes that the Romans fought.
Yeah, that's crazy. You know,
that's what I thought.
Yeah, because you're talking about
1,000 years. For 1,000 years, there was nobody there.
You had everything, the Allens. I mean, there were tons and tons of tribes, and all these tribes were basically just families that got real big. That's all they were. And then you stop and you look at these people and you see them, and you think, well, how the hell is this even possible that these were the only people there? I just don't believe that. You know?
I don't believe it for a second, and I didn't back then.
Tonight just became the history show, so whatever. You know, it is what it is. Perfect. Anyways, folks, thank you for tuning in. Thank you for making PRT what it is. Another Monday in the books. Yeah, I appreciate everybody stopping in. Thank you for those that. Geez, we only had 2 donations tonight. Okay, I guess people didn't appreciate the lively and spirited debate.
Really?
I had 2 donations tonight. Yeah. And it was for $7. See, Mondays, man. What are you gonna do? All right, guys. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for the 2 people that donated there.
I had a great time.
I did too. I always enjoy talking about history. I mean, but you know, some people really don't. But the thing about it is, I mean, like I was saying, there's a paranormal aspect to this. I mean, there really is. And the thing is that they want to bring it. Just how do you say it? That there's a force out there that wants to keep us from making that connection.
Absolutely.
Because if you can make that connection, you know, that'll bring you out of like the dark ages, and that's the problem there. Thank you, Sean, for that donation. But it to me, how do you say? I don't know how to say it. Like it's hard to sit there and try to. I don't know how to say without sounding like you're trying to force it, because it is real. I think that there was unlimited energy. You know, I think Tesla was on the right track. And I think that when Plato, in the time of Plato and all these other ancient civilizations, I think that we were extremely advanced. I think that we were extremely advanced.
How the hell else did they build all those buildings?
Yeah. Yeah. The buildings.
How did they carve the statues? How did they build the cathedrals? How did they build those big, huge mausoleums and coliseums and blah, 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 if they weren't crazy technologically advanced?
Yeah, that was definitely what it was. And I lost my train of thought. I can't remember what I was going to say when I was talking about Atlantis, and then I was on the subject of just kind of segued into what Tesla was doing. And I think Tesla was like telling people that there was a cheat code to the universe, 3, 6, and 9.
Yeah, there is.
Yeah, and I do believe that what we're living in right now, what you and I are in right now, is a simulated pocket reality, a matrix. And the more that we participate in it, the more that it, and a lot of people will say, well, when something weird happens, it's like, it's just like these parasites, like what we talked about last night on the show with the vampire, like that, or whatever that was. That entity managed to come into our reality because it comes from a pocket reality or another reality of its own, that it gets into this pocket. Kind of like a bull shark that gets into a tributary and just stakes its claim there and starts feeding. Because he's not the biggest, baddest dude on the block, but in this little aquarium, he is. He's a very strong and powerful predator. Cast out into the abyss, he would just be a snack for a much bigger demon. But here, he's he's a big bad dude full of teeth. That's it. But the thing is, you got to not swim in those areas where they're at. And that's why I always preach about Christ. And I say preach because that's the truth. You are preaching when you tell people there was a reality before this one, a different one, and there was another one before that. And in those realities, there were different lands and different worlds, worlds within worlds within worlds within worlds, and infinity. And the only way out, I believe, is to become enlightened. And I think that enlightenment comes through knowledge, and knowledge comes from Christ. When you stop and you look at what we were talking about earlier, these words, like gnosis, you'll see how that word comes up over and over again, which is the key root to knowledge. You see how Atlanta, it was symbolically destroyed. Karl Marx himself, he said, he talked about the Civil War, and he was quoting, and guess what? Where was Karl Marx from?
I don't actually know.
Does anybody know? Look it up, Anthony. This is interesting. Talk about the name game.
From hell?
What part of Russia was he from?
He's from he's from Prussia?
Yeah, Prussia. Yeah, that's what I meant.
Trier?
Oh, yeah, Marx, of course.
Yeah, Karl Marx. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Says he was from Trier.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Trier, Austria. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So Trier, right? Marcus Aurelius was bogged down in Trier. He was fighting a war in Trier. Trier was considered Germany, but it's really Austria, and it was north of Italy. And in that region where Karl Marx, the shithead himself, communist himself, where he was from, right? When you look at that area, that is more than likely where the Romans came from. They did. They came from beyond that region, right? Everybody knew that, that north of the Rubicon, far north, way up there in the mountains, that region, the Austrian region, originally, they just came up out of the mountains one day and they just appeared, right? That's what everybody says. But if you let them tell it, and get this is very interesting. If you let them tell it, what was their heritage? Who
Romulus
was their
and Remus?
Romulus and Remus, but who was their ancestor?
That I don't know.
Aeneas.
Who?
Aeneas. Look it up.
Okay.
You can look it up. Look up Aeneas, folks. Aeneas, who was in the Iliad, right? And he was what? A Trojan from Asia Minor. The legends and the stories go back to Aeneas, right? So if you look at him as a central figure in the Aeneid, there you go, La Morgan, the Aeneid, right? The Aeneid was written by Virgil, supposedly long after Homer wrote about the Iliad, which was the Trojan War, right? Helen, the face that launched 1,000 ships. And of course, the Greeks ran over there to fight because some woman ran off with some dude, and Agamemnon was his brother. And he
What
was
a bunch
pissed,
of betas.
right? So then what ends up happening? There's this war. But Virgil writes another history, the Aeneid. And of course, their ancestor was Aeneas. After the war, and he fled Troy, he kept going until he found a region, and he decided to stake his claim there. Interesting, though, and we're talking about Georgia, Atlanta, Atlantis, and all these other things, the Minoans and the Messenians. Get this, Karl Marx, who was from Austria, right? Yeah. He literally was from that region where they supposedly descended from, the Romans. But he comes up with this political philosophy. He's known for that. But he predicted the end of the Civil War. And you know what he said was going to happen? You can look this up. He said that the war was going to end because Georgia, and in particular Atlanta, was the centerpiece, that it had to be destroyed.
Interesting.
And now you're saying that Atlantis wasn't even a really big place, or Terminus wasn't a very big place, right? But yet here's Karl Marx's big flapping mouth saying that that's how it's going to end. Look it up what he says about Civil War. He said that he believed that Georgia was going to be where the end would take place. And of course, Sherman does exactly what this guy, who is to me, a sociopath of history. So was Sherman. They were both sociopaths. Casey.
No kidding.
Edgar Casey talks about in one of his readings about the others. He talks about people who shaped our world and our history, who are like us, but they don't have our emotions. They are not us. They are imitating us. They are flesh, but they are not us.
Christ called them the serpent seed.
He's caught, and of course, Edgar Casey, the Sleeping Prophet, you know who he's referring to. He's referring to sociopaths.
Yeah.
And in fact, Marx was quoted as saying that he would not want to live in a world of his own creation. Yeah. But it's okay because he created that world for us, the Goyim, not for him to live in. And of course, destroying Atlantis, right? Atlanta. Think about it. And then there are these words that go around and around and around. And then sometimes when you go to type something, it's already there before you type it up. You don't think that the Matrix is listening. You don't think the participation in the Matrix makes reality. Belief.
It says Karl Marx saw the state of Georgia as a critical strategic area during the American Civil War. He noted that Georgia was the key to the Confederacy's territory because it was the only land connection linking the eastern and western parts of the slave states after the loss of Tennessee and Kentucky. Marx emphasized the importance of Georgia's railways, particularly those running through Macon and Gordon near Milledgeville, as crucial for maintaining the Confederacy's unity and supply lines. Mm-hmm. Interesting.
Culminating the destruction of Georgia, Sherman's march to the sea, culminating in the burning and destruction of Atlanta. If you don't think these people, folks, and I got to tell you this, because he was one of the global elites, he created communism for them to use, for the Masons. You think I'm joking? They build the world in their image, and then they light it on fire and they reset it. They hoard knowledge, and then if we get it, they destroy it and start over. Because they have to be in charge, and they can't allow us to have that knowledge. If you think that he was just being a smart guy, no, he wasn't being a smart guy. He already knew the game. He knew the deal.
Absolutely.
They took a place. Now, this is my point to you, Richard, and this is all I'm going to say about it. I'm going to let it go. You were correct in one way, and not in a lot of ways, but this one in particular. They had a small town. How many buildings were there in Atlanta? 30.
6.
Yeah, 30. Yeah,
30 people in 6
30
buildings.
people, 6 buildings, right? They build this place up. They call it Atlanta. The federal government, right, which is what holds sway now. Think about it, folks. Think hard about it. There are 257 people here right now that are with me that are listening to what I'm saying. You're the core of this intelligence, this collection, this collective. Listen to what I'm going to tell you. They create a place and they call it Atlantis, the home of super knowledge that everybody believed in, even Tesla, everybody that was a smart person that knew. Plato talked about Atlantis. Everybody knew this was the place of power. Edgar Cayce, everybody, right? This was the hub of the past civilization that was erased. It was reset. And what did they do? They burned it. Sherman, a known alcoholic sociopath that everybody was terrified of. He was one of the ultimate NPCs.
Mm-hmm.
They burned Atlanta to the ground. And then what did they do? They rebuilt the South in their image. Why was it so important to burn Atlanta, right? It wasn't really that important. It was the end of the line. They didn't have to do it, but it was a symbolic thing. And Marx knew that that's what they were going to do. In fact, he was the founder of communism. Why would he not know that? He was an architect. The architects, the archons, even the word, the root, architect, archons. I mean, think about it. They are the creators of our world. They're the gatekeepers. They keep us here on the wheel of Dharma. When you die, some say that you shouldn't go toward the light. I'm not saying that. I don't know. But
I've
that's
heard
how
that one too.
The archons, they trick you and they keep you coming back again and again and again and becoming a human battery. Because the things that you learn in this life, they don't disappear when you leave. But what happens, folks, and think about what I'm going to tell you, this is most important. What happens if you were a hamster on a wheel? Poor hamsters, they only live like a year and a half, 2 years. Short lives. You are a hamster on a wheel with a very short lifespan, but you are a battery, right? And when you die, you recycle and you just get spit back into circulation, right? According to a lot of people's beliefs. Not everybody's. Right?
Energy only changes its shape and form.
So you are supposed to go into the afterlife to be with God, but you can only do that through Christ. So you are stuck on the wheel coming back again and again and again, thanks to the archons and this fake world they created. But Jesus was sent to this world to pull you out by the one true God. But it is up to you because we all have free will. So they create a system of flips, tricks, and whatever to keep you coming back. And then they can say, well, it is of his own volition. It's of his own free will. He wasn't capable of transcending. So you keep coming back. And every time there is a place that is built and created and that is to help you learn, a place of gnosis, of knowledge, then what happens? They destroy it. They burn it. The Alexandrian Library, the one in India, the one there, the one in Egypt, they destroy it. The end of the war was the burning of Atlanta, and that was nothing more than symbolism because the federal government is the same people, the archons, that created this land, this world. That, to me, was the reset. Mm-hmm. That, to me, was why I don't believe that the mud flood happened at that time. Therefore, they try to say that it happened at that time so that there's a confusion there. And then that creates a schism between people like you and I who are very black-pilled. You see what I'm saying?
I get what you're saying. Yeah, absolutely.
That's my point. And so Atlanta was just a name, but it's also symbology. So they burned it and they destroyed it. And then afterwards, they killed the one man who could have stopped any of it, which was Abraham Lincoln. You realize that 100 years later, there was another man, possibly the reincarnation of this man, and he was killed too. And what was his big thing? And this gives me goosebumps. JFK. Mm-hmm. And what was the one thing he wanted to do more than anything? He wanted to get rid of what?
The Federal Reserve.
The Federal Reserve, which consolidated its power in 1864. What year was Kennedy killed exactly?
60 something.
Yeah.
I thought it was 64.
Was it 64, 63? What is it? It's one of those two.
If he was killed in 64, exactly 100 years afterwards, that's not a coincidence.
No, it's not. People have talked about this many times. I'm not discovering fire.
63?
63. Yeah. 100 years. Same
Yeah.
shit. Right? 100 years later, a man says something. You know, his dad was Irish and he was part of the IRA, and he funded a lot of projects during World War II. They were accused of terrorism against the British state because they were supposedly helping the Germans. And it's true. His dad, Joe, was accused of being a staunch anti-Semite. And of course, Joe was rumored to be one of those people that was conspiratorial and believed that these people ruled the world and blah, blah, blah. Then his sons come to power. One of them has it for a little while, and the other one's threatening to have it. So what do? Sirhan. Do you know where he was from? Look it up. I'm going to tell you something. Kill two birds with one stone, right? Isn't that they shoot one pebble, they hit 3 or 4 targets? Why would this man kill RFK? It makes no sense. He always claimed that he was set up. He was not, what is that?
He was born in Jerusalem.
Exactly. Do you see my point?
Amazing.
Yeah. Because if RFK got in there, he was going to be worse than JFK, because not only was he going to do everything that JFK had done, he was going to go after him hardcore because they killed his brother. The other man in this is Nixon. Nixon, and you can look this up, he was quoted, and everybody was like, he was a horrible anti-Semite. Everybody they don't like is a horrible anti-Semite. He says, I'm surrounded by Jews. That's what he said. He literally said that.
Mm-hmm.
The Nixon tapes. They're like, oh, it's a crazy man babbling. Oh, really? Everybody's a crazy man that's babbling.
Listen to what he says about Bohemian Grove.
Oh, dude, I'm telling you, it gets really deep.
Yeah.
Kissinger talked him into this. You're going to lose the election if we don't bug the Watergate Hotel. He says that hey, it wasn't me. These people told me to do this. I am not a crook. I didn't want to do this. He kept saying that. It didn't matter. Then they impeach him and they get rid of him.
Mm-hmm.
Because they knew that they couldn't kill RFK, MLK, JFK, and then kill that dude too. They're going to be like, we can't just keep killing people. It's getting pretty obvious that we're doing this. Daddy Bush was a big player in that. Look at the people who were involved. Then when you start seeing these pieces fall into place, you go beyond something that's a black pill. You start to go, whoa, what am I on? This purple pill? What is this? Then you start to see beyond the matrix, and then you realize that the matrix is your enemy and it's trying to keep you in its grasp.
Mm-hmm.
But it can't, because you have one trump card. And I don't mean Trump the president. Saying goes back before him. And that's Christ. Christ is your enlightenment. The Hindus call him Krishna. And they say that if you call out to Krishna and say, I believe, that you will be transcended. Kind of weird, huh? Nobody thinks that we have anything in common with these other religions, these pagans or whatever. But they do have a piece of the puzzle. And they are all correct, but they're all wrong. Because the truth is one thing. The truth of the reality of this matrix is one thing, right? But the Gnostics, there's that word again, Gnostic, Gnosis, knowledge. You start to see the truth. You see the real reality. Do you think that this communist founder piping up and saying, hey, do you think that's a coincidence? No. Why were there 12 founders of communism? Why were there 12 tribes of Israel?
Why were there 12 apostles?
Exactly. The number comes up quite a bit. And then you start to wonder, why is 7 and 3, and why are these numbers coming up the way they do? They come up for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
And then when you start to understand those numbers, there's a code. There's a code, right? And those people have the code.
Some might call it some Some might call it gematria.
Mm-hmm. That's my point to the 265 people that are still here. You're the ones that understand and you have the knowledge. So, and no offense to anybody that was here earlier, but I was getting my train of thought thrown off a little bit. I think Buddha meant well, but he was kind of starting to get off track. You know, he kind of jumps around. And I did a show with him over at Abe's place, and it was good. But I think he's just excited, wants to, contribute. Kevin Murphy, what's up, Kevin? Majestic 12. There you go. Right there. Kevin, if you want to jump back on for a minute, I guess I can go until 1.
Oh, boy.
But only because there's a core group of people here who are trying to learn. I don't claim to have all the answers, but I'm a little smarter than the average bear. Okay. And I'm telling you the truth. There is a reason why these douche nozzles continue to attack us and think that they are doing something. You're actually dealing with the lower tier organisms of the matrix. That's really what we're dealing with. Yeah. Kevin, absolutely. Welcome back, my friend. What's going on?
Thank you. Good to be back. And pretty interested in what you're saying here.
Yeah, and so when we were getting into the real reality and what we believe is the real reality, some people would even take it another step and say that we are like bubbles bouncing off of each other and that there's an ice wall. And if you go beyond it, there's another world. That is the physical plane. I'm talking about what's actually there in the 4th and 5th density. You start to get past that, and then you see another reality. Some people claim to see a godlike figure in the 7th heaven, 7th reality, 7th density. But then if you keep going, you get further and further up until you get to the 11th level, and then you see the true God, the Father of Christ. Who is it that they see in the 7th level? I don't know. Is it a gatekeeper? I don't know. I just know that there are a lot of beings that consider themselves gods. Only in the way that we feel like we are gods because we have power over ants. That doesn't make you a god. It just makes you a superior intellectual being. And it doesn't mean that you're better than them. That's the problem. But the people that have set themselves up in charge of this world, the archons, I do believe it has a lot to do with the Gnostic teachings, which they pervert. And that's my point. So, yeah, I'm going to tell you this, Dick. I think you're right, because I think that what they did was they built up Atlanta so that they could destroy it.
Oh, I can believe that.
They do. Because the burning of Atlanta is the destruction of Atlantis. It is the destruction of knowledge and those who seek it. The problem is that it kind of runs anathema to what we know of as the God of the Old Testament. Now, I'm not saying that all of the parts of the Bible of the Old Testament are wrong, or that the God of the Old Testament is not who we say he is. I'm saying that the people who claim the heritage of that particular deity could have very well perverted and destroyed and changed what they believe, to make us believe it. That is the key, because there is a lot of evidence that points that the things that they are saying and doing is not correct. And unfortunately, too many people have bought into that, and they have connected, which the rabbis themselves will tell you, they don't want to be connected to the New Testament. They don't like the fact that the Old Testament is connected to the New Testament. You have people who are in protest of our religions being together unless it suits their purposes.
Well, the people pulling the strings want to keep us divided and off balance. And they've been doing it for a long time.
Yeah. And it is a big shell game that they keep playing. And of course, everything is symbology. It's symbolic. And they use that. And they needle us with it. When you have a rabbi saying that we actually take your children and put them in Burger King, McDonald's, and we feed it back to you and you eat it for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, do you think they're playing?
No.
People are like, that can't possibly be real. No, I looked it up. I looked it up on their database and it says it's fake. Of course, they're going to say that.
Just Google human DNA McDonald's food.
and how many times it's shown up.
Yeah. So where'd that all come from?
Yeah, exactly.
You
And
see
so, go ahead.
I was going to say, did you see the footage of the woman that made the video where her daughter found a human molar in her chicken nugget?
Mm-hmm.
And that woman's reaction to it? Tell me if she was acting, she deserves a freaking Academy Award.
That also happened in Japan too. Yeah, and when you stop and you start seeing this, there was DNA found in Oklahoma City, in Omaha, and all of these different places in Los Angeles. Like, how the heck? How many times are we going to be confronted with the truth and continue to run away from it, or stick our head in the sand and say this isn't actually happening?
Yeah, they mock us with it and they think it's hilarious because they're freaking sick.
Put it in our face. Yeah, they put it in our face. They spit in our face and we call it do. And then we listen to morons, maniacs, and warhawks and the most idiotic people you can imagine telling us that the road to peace runs through a genocidal war. How could that possibly be the case? I'm pretty smart, and I know that 2 + 2 = 4, and you're telling me that it equals something else.
Yeah, it's satanic doublespeak.
Yeah. I don't believe it for a second. I was told one day that because I said something about Tibet. They were talking about Tibet being taken over by China. And there's like, well, what does it matter to us? Because if you let them take one thing, they'll take another. If you let them take Palestine, you let them take the world. I'm not a promoter of Hamas or of terrorism or even of Islam. But I got to say this. Do you know who they kill overwhelmingly in Gaza? Do you know who dies overwhelmingly in Palestine? Christians.
Yeah.
Even the Muslims have admitted that the main target seems to be the Christians. Do you know that the children in those regions, they can't even celebrate Easter because if they go for an Easter egg hunt, they might be shot. But the Muslims are allowed to practice in open. Why is that? And like I said before, who do you think created Islam? Why is it a carbon copy of that religion? Because they both circumvent the belief in Christ. One of them pays the least lip service to it, and the other one absolutely despises Christ. Mm-hmm. And in their book, it tells you that he's an apostate, a heretic. He's burning in feces, and that Mary was a whore who mated with a Roman soldier. We're basically talking monkeys, not even monkeys. We're like donkeys. And that even eating with us makes them unclean. This is our greatest ally. And I have a lot of Jewish friends who will tell you point blank, you are being misled. But a lot of them are living and they're being ostracized at best. And at worst, they're being hunted. Because those are the people they hate the most. They're the traitors. Those are the people that are telling the Chital, us, the truth.
You know what the Talmud says about them, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah. They need to be hunted and they need to be taken care of.
Mm-hmm. And so when you come to the conclusion that I do, and Karl Marx, he was actually one of them, and you look at the founders of communism, Ida Rosenberg, Joseph Engels, Leon Trotsky, Lenin, look at all of them, except for one, which was Stalin from Georgia. He's from Georgia. You look at that, there's 11 of the 12 founders. And you wonder why the NKVD was stacked heavily. 80% of them were Jewish people, and they were murdering the kulaks, the Christians. 20 million. 20 million of them were killed. And we turned a blind eye and we say, these are our friends. No, they are not your friends, and neither are the Muslims. Any alliance joined with either one of these people is going to end in your bloodshed. I promise you. And it is the height of folly to believe that we can all just coexist and be. Now, if you stay on your side of the world, I stay on mine, and you don't have weapons of mass destruction, which they most assuredly do, that's fine.
They just unleashed their biggest weapon of mass destruction, and it was very safe and effective. And who did they unleash it upon? The Goyim world.
Exactly. When you look, though, at the Samson option, which basically says that if you stop serving us and kissing our ass and giving us $42 billion a year in unpaid back loans, we'll blow you the hell up. We're going to launch these weapons and destroy the earth, because if we can't control it, we will destroy it, because people that don't control you want to destroy you. And then they spout off the same rhetoric back at you. This is my issue. This is my problem. And when I tell people these things, they look at me like I'm freaking crazy. And I say, I hope you wake up and don't stay in NPC for the rest of your life. And eventually you have an awakening that makes you a solid soul. Because one guy, he looked at me and he told me, we were at this get together, years ago. He says, "Oh, you're trying to save my soul?" I said, "Sir, I don't believe your soul is complete. I don't think you have a soul to go to hell or heaven." He looked at me like I was crazy. Everybody's got a soul. It's like, no, they don't. And you don't have one. Maybe you will eventually become more than a fractal. But right now, you're not. You're not important enough to be taught anything.
Yeah, they're the tares, the goats, the serpent seed.
Mm-hmm.
They only look like people.
They imitate people. Edgar Casey warns us about this.
Yes,
he tells us in one of his readings that they have learned over millennia to study the human form and to mimic it. We know this from the people who attack us constantly. Those aren't normal people. Do you think that that's a full-on person? Because I don't. Now, no, I don't agree with violence against them, because that's going to get you in trouble. And it's also a test. It's wrong. You're not supposed to do it. And I believe that it's wrong. But there are animals who you can look into their eyes, and you can look at that animal and there's a soul there. There's a heart beating there. And that little animal is giving you love. It is loving you. It's looking at you. You're petting it. You're feeding it. You're nurturing it. You're watching it grow and making it live a happy life, helping it to live, not murdering it or abusing it in any way. These people, some of these people, you look into their eyes, there is nothing there. There is a soullessness about these people. There is no love for humans, definitely not animals. They gravitate toward anything negative, evil, bad, wrong, whatever. And there's nothing you can do to save them. They will reject Christ just outright, and they'll go out of their way to reject Christ. They will go out of their way to reject anything and everything that could possibly help them in their journey. They literally will reject anything. Anything you throw at them is good for them. They're going to deny it. They're going to hurt it. They're going to attack it. They're going to hurt and kill you. And these are the people. These aren't even their masters. These aren't even the main people. These are the people that protect the people who belong to the archons. Remember, these are the people who made sure that Atlanta burned. See, and then they tell you, it was about slavery. No, it was not. It was about mastery of the North American continent. It was about installing the federal government. Every war starts with a noble cause. It does. It's that we're going to do this good thing over here. We're going to stop the bad guys. And then the bad guys go in and butcher and kill everybody. Mm-hmm. What happens every time.
If I can interrupt just for a minute, sure. In keeping with the theme we were talking about earlier, which is the hiding of knowledge, the disinformation, all of that by the powers that be. I just found an interesting fact that may be something you've known forever. I don't know, but that the burning of the Library of Alexandria, mm-hmm. which was an incredible loss. What didn't happen in one fell swoop was apparently a series of fires or losses over a period of time. Mm-hmm. And they think a lot of that was done by the Vatican, and which has been the repository of so much of the world's antiquities, knowledge, and esoteric lore has been taken and sequestered there. And just in case anyone's about to jump up, I was raised Irish Catholic.
Well, the burning of the Library of Alexandria, Kevin, was, of course, in your history buff, that it happened during the time of Julius Caesar.
Yeah, that was the big one. But there apparently was a lot of other ones as well, Josh. I just didn't know.
Yeah, definitely. But also think about it. The Catholic Church was Roman Catholic, and this happened under the watch of the Romans because the Illuminati, which grew alongside, because the Illuminati took the knowledge, and it came from Alexander the Great. And that knowledge was passed on to the Persians, the inheritors. 3/4 of his kingdom was inherited by his Persians that fought for him. all the way up to when they fought Porus in the Indus Valley.
Right, in India.
Yeah. And so when you look at those places that were founded, there were 6 Alexanders that we know of, at least. And then these libraries were the suppositories where they, did I say suppository?
Repositories.
Repositories. These were the suppositories. They take the knowledge and they shove it right over the repositories. These are the repositories where this knowledge was kept. Right. And it seeped out through different means. One was during the Roma people who came from Guttara. They came from India and they spread it throughout Europe and parts of Asia and into the Middle East. And then there was a massive movement that happened from Europe, and so it just keeps going and keeps going. And the knowledge gets spread out and spread around. Anytime there is a war, there's always some library or some artifacts that are destroyed because the remnants of the old world. Why do you think the Smithsonian is constantly trying to gather up the bones of these giants? They
hide it from everyone else.
Hide it from everybody else. Why was it so important for us to run over there to the library and the museum when we were in Baghdad?
Oh,
to me, it's not a coincidence. And when you look at the Iranians and you look at the Italians and look at the name Italian, Iranian, they literally, the Persians literally gave that knowledge through the Crusades, which was a crusade not for freeing Christians or helping Christians, but to gain knowledge. The looting and all that was just a byproduct. The truth was that they wanted that knowledge. And what they did, they took it back to the papacy. They exchanged knowledge, and the two who were once joined at one and became two again, once again became one. Look at the flags of the look up the flags, Anthony, of Italy and Iran. Take a look at this, folks. If you think I'm joking.
Yeah.
It's crazy, right? So then you look at the flags and then look at the names. Look at the names of Italians and look at the names of Iranians. And don't tell me that there's not, they end with vowels. It's the same people, dude. I'm telling you. There was an exchange of information that happened during the Persians and Romans when Valerian was flayed in the temple in Persepolis. Or Susa, was it Susa? No, that would have been the...
Persepolis was burned by Alexander.
Yeah,
against his wishes, actually, by soldiers.
Yeah, against his wishes. His men got
was the other one down south, the other big city.
Susa was further, yeah. So when they flayed this guy, of course, there was no pushback. It was because those two were supposed to be one. It's the Illuminati. That is the last vestige that the papacy has. Look at this. I'm going to show you something, folks. You think I'm playing. You think I'm joking. Can you even see a difference there? You can't with
right.
That. Yeah. Look at that, folks. And then you're going like, how is this even possible that we don't know these things? Valerian decided he was going to make sure that the Persians were, they were far removed from them. Why did he need to do that? Because he went there to try to reunite, and he wanted to make sure that they were under the boot heel of the Romans, and they made an example of him. They never went to Rome and did the same thing. There was no incursion into Rome, and later they joined again under the Crusades through the Templars. It was the middleman. Why do you think Iran has never joined the World Bank? Wouldn't it be easy for us to just go in and knock them over and do whatever it is? But the papacy knows that they hold the same secrets. I'm telling you, there's a connection there, and nobody is looking at that. And they're going to say, you're crazy. 20, 30, maybe even 40, 50 years from now, I don't know how long, but I'll be vindicated in this, and I'm telling you the truth. The knowledge is there. Because Persia controlled Egypt. Rome/Italy controlled Egypt. Egypt housed the knowledge of the world. Why do you think that Alexander raced to Egypt? He went to Egypt not just to take it and conquer it, but to drive the Persians off of it, because he knew that that was a stronghold of Persia. Persia controlled Egypt for hundreds of years. And the knowledge was there. The gnosis was there.
And
why do you think
most of the grain for the Mediterranean?
Grain, all of it. It was the breadbasket. He had to build that library there in Alexandria and stockpile all of that information. Then it gets burned by who? The Romans. But not before, I believe, that knowledge was whisked away to the capital, to Rome. I believe that it ended up in Rome, and then the papacy inherited it, and the Illuminati exchanged the information by the middleman, the Templars. I really believe that's what happened. And I think now Israel is trying to not just go in and obliterate Iran, because think about this. They have nuclear weapons, folks. They have short and long range nuclear weapons. They have weapons that could hit Iran and destroy it. They don't want to blow it up. Do you know what they want? They want the knowledge that is there. Now, whether or not these lunatic Muslims that are in control over there in Iran would give it to them, or even still have it because they're so stupid and ignorant that they probably burned the shit already and use it for toilet paper.
Destroy their own heritage.
They do. Morons, absolute morons.
You know, you talked about briefly I believe that you mentioned the looting of the museum in Baghdad and the sequestering away of a lot of knowledge, and particularly that relating to Gilgamesh because of the DNA that they thought was extraterrestrial. You know, I think an Italian or a joint German-Italian archaeological group had gotten it, had really discovered where he was buried, had diverted part of the river to get to where the tomb was, where it was buried, apparently just where it said in the myth on the sarcophagus, on the literally the same place. And that was a turn taken away by the CIA. But that, when they talk about weapons of mass destruction, they don't talk about the portals and the extraterrestrial DNA they thought was in Gilgamesh, who had been proven to be a real person, not just a mythological allegory or anecdote. So I thought that would be something that you could address on the show. And
that's an interesting topic. One of the things too, if you look at the Germans during World War II, them in Italy.
Remember how he was bragging about saying that he was a reincarnation of Nebuchadnezzar?
Nebuchadnezzar, yeah.
Remember that? And he had those coins minted to show the profile, you know. Anyway, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
If you look at Germany and Italy being allies during World War II, there were a lot of expeditions that were in the mountains of Persia. They were in Iran a lot. There were a lot of there was a lot of exchange of information and knowledge from that country. Germany was very friendly with them, and so was Italy. So if you stop and you look at these people, I think that those countries figured it out. I think Japan too. I think they all figured out where their ancestry was. I think that they figured out where the places of power were and where they needed to go. Japan in particular, when they went into China, they sent expeditions into the far west of China.
The interior, yeah.
Yeah, they found mummies that were reddish, blonde-haired.
Yeah.
11, 12 feet tall. Yeah, in the desert. Interesting. One of the guys that was on the show, and if you're not on the Patreon, you should join the Xinjiang, that region, and then the Jian, the west. The quest that they had for this, they found the remnants of Japanese patrols that had gone through there, that had been taken there by Chinese that were actually helping them. And so they went in and they got obliterated. We don't know exactly what happened, and there's no information. I don't think they were destroyed by these reptilians, though. I think that the Russians, when they entered the war at the end, like the chicken shits that they were, they jumped in a month and a half before the end, and they marched 1.2 million Japanese soldiers into captivity, of which only 9,000 ever made it home. Because that's communism 101 right there. They starved.
Yeah, that attack into Manchuria where they smashed those Japanese armies is one of the biggest attacks ever in the history of warfare. Nobody talks about it.
Yeah, nobody talks about that, but the Japanese were just already done. I mean, they didn't even have ammunition at that point. They were pretty much toast. And so they went in and they took that armies and they pulled them out of there. The interesting thing too about that, though, if you go and you listen to that episode, I don't think we get into it, but the guy that gave us the information, one of the things that Hen said, his name was Hen. One of the things that Hen says was a very interesting that the Russians had a foothold there too, and they had been destroyed. Now, if you take it that the Russians had taken out this Chinese, these Japanese, whatever, what happened? what happened? We could say that the Nippons had done what they did and that the Chinese were doing what they did. But who took out the Russians? Somebody did, or something did. And I believe that it went on and on and on because they were looking for something. They were looking for the connection to the age of Gilgamesh when people were that big. Yeah. And I think that they were looking for the immortal that was there. Because there is a signal that is given off by these beings. Much like when Tesla says there's an energy in the ether, it's just there, it's free. These immortals are like lightning rods. Do you know Raiden? The character of Raiden? A lot of people know him as Mortal Kombat. But do you realize that he's made up of lightning? He is the lightning god. Why does lightning flash and he appear? Why is he a god that basically flows on energy? He's a living lightning bolt. What about Thor? He's the storm god. What about Enlil? All of them do the same thing. They ride the lightning, right? Sounds like Metallica. They ride the lightning because they are made up of energy, and then they appear in a mortal physical form. That's because they are immortals. And Tesla understood this. I also think that when you talk about 3, 6, and 9, I'm not going to get into it tonight because I feel like living. But I could explain to you my theory on the 3, 6, and 9 and what it means. I'll just say this. There are different ages with different numbers. And then they all correspond to different doorways, different dimensions. And when you start to put the numbers together and you multiply it by another number, which is in the Bible quite a bit, 2 numbers in particular, then you start to get something else. And you're like, whoa, that's really weird, right? So like if you were to take numerology, right? And you were to take 12 plus 7 equals 19. 1 plus 9 equals 1. Everything goes back to just one number. One number. One, because we are all one. We are all one. All of us, one. God, he is one. He's the beginning and the end.
One universal
We are
mind.
all part of him. We are literally one. Yeah. All of us are connected. We're all one. And there is an illusion that we are all separate.
Correct.
Yeah. Even the bunches and bunches and thousands, millions, billions, billions, trillions of little cells make up who you are, but each one of them is an individual cell. Yeah, each one of them is a living cell. It is amazing.
It's a miracle. We are all miracles.
It's a miracle. But the destruction of the miracles of God is one of the most unholy things you could possibly do.
Blasphemy.
Blasphemy. That's why Holocausts show us, or whatever they would call them, and these things that they're doing, genocidal, whatever, they are giant sacrifices to entities who don't care about us, to bring about the destruction of the divine creation. And I'm telling you, the more you talk about it, the more you get deeper into it, the more you start to realize the real reality. That's it. That's all I got to say for tonight. I got to go, but I appreciate everybody showing up and think about it and do your research and look into these things.
Josh, do you want to talk about the book at some point?
Yes.
Okay.
We will.
Let's send you a little email or Facebook thing, and I'll send you an email later, but let's get together and talk about that. Great show, guys. Thank you again.
That was great.
Well, guys, thank you for tuning in. Thank you for listening. And I know it sounds like I'm rambling, but I'm telling you the truth. And I can't give it to you all at one time. It has to be in pieces or you won't grasp it. It's a class and you have to, So I appreciate people coming and listening to what I have to say, but you'll understand it in time. Believe me, it's all there. It's just people have to be willing to accept it.
Look forward to hearing from you, Josh. Richard, take care, brother.
Love you, Kev.
All right, guys. I'll see you.
Love you, Wolf. Thanks, buddy.
See you guys. Bye, Richard.
God bless all.
So, folks, sorry for being long-winded and talking ad nauseum. It's probably what you think I'm doing here. I'm not. I assure you, I'm not crazy. I know that people would love to label me as crazy, and the people that they don't understand. Their minds are very small. Not like Kevin and Richard. Those guys get it. They understand. They get it. I hope you get it too. And you drown out the white noise, the black noise, and all the other noise that comes in this droning that goes on, and it's not real. Remember that. One thing that my colleague and good friend Abe Sears talks about is he says it in a different way, but he says it in a kind of a crude way, but it's the truth. He says that when you give these things power, it becomes real. What he means is that it's real, but you giving it the power is what makes it function. You understand? Otherwise, it's just a wraith. I'm not trying to be some kind of cutesy poo badass or whatever, but when I see one of these things, I don't stare at it and go, oh, okay, it's a ghoul. You know, don't, because there's nothing to be afraid of. You're only supposed to fear the one that can cause the second death. Those things can't do that. Remember that. And you are part of the one that can cause the second death. You are. Those beings are the ones that rejected him who can give you the second death. You understand? There's no fear. Don't be afraid. How many times in the Bible does it say fear not? Do you know? Look it up and see if I'm right. 365 times. Take a look. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. And Scorpion, yeah, he says, I've heard all these topics. Yeah, we've talked about the nature of reality, and we've gone deep and hard into the paint and looked into it. How many times does it say it? It's the most commonly repeated phrase in the Bible.
Since the phrase fear not appears in the Bible approximately 71 to 103 times, depending on the translation, but not 365 times as sometimes popularly claimed.
Okay, so I'm wrong. 365 is what we're told, but it is through the hold on.
Then again, this is the AI overview.
Yeah, it is the translation of the Hebrew Bible. So let's take a look here, because maybe I'm right, maybe I'm wrong. Dick Richards says 365. What the heck? My phone just did something weird. Here it is right here. It says the exact number varies by translation. How the phrase is counted, the phrase do not fear, fear not, or do not be afraid appears approximately 365 times in the Bible. So I don't know what that was, but it's the translation. So I don't know what you just looked at, but this is what it says right here. The AI overview says the exact number varies by translation, how the phrase is counted, but the phrase do not fear, fear not, or do not be afraid appears approximately 365 times in the Bible, which is often interpreted as a daily reminder for each day of the year. In the Holy Quran, the phrase do not fear is also repeated 365 times. So in the Bible and in the Quran, it actually says do not fear 365 times. There it is. I don't know what that was you looked at. I'm wrong sometimes, but
I just typed in a search in the search engine. And
what search engine are you using?
Perplexity.
Well, I'm perplexed that thing's even around, because it's been wrong a lot of times. That thing also said that the Cowboys had never been defeated by the Steelers, and they lost 2 Super Bowls to them. So I don't know how the hell that could possibly be. So I quit using that crap. So folks, do yourself a favor and find something that tells the truth. There it is. So thank you, folks, for tuning in. Thank you and so now hopefully the ops will just take that and go and cut it, and then we can slam them with the truth, because I'm going to go and, oh, here it is. That's what they do. Like their father, the serpent, they lie. But here it is, folks. Tune in. Tomorrow night, we're not having a show, but we will have one on Wednesday, and then Thursday will be the members only, right? So be sure and be ready, because Wednesday we're going to get back to talking about the people who had the encounters in California at the ranch there, where people were seeing things through flashes of light. All right. I'll see you guys. We love you. Good night.